Hashtag the devil doesn't like the truth also known as the devil is actually easy to cheer up after transmigrating into a book. I couldn't die my way back home, and now have to follow the plot to the very end the thousand layers scheme to win over my master guiding star Hashtag 1. Main story Hashtag 1. I woke up on the villain boss's bed. The villain boss scooped me into his arms. His voice was hoarse. "You're back. That's all that matters." Here's what happened. I had transmigrated into a book. The standard issue system that every story comes with told me that if I could take an ultra nobody called Extra High, yes, even more forgettable than Extra A, and raise him into the big boss, I could die and go home. I watched the boss I'd raised beat the male lead into a pulp right there in the main hall. I knew I'd succeeded. And according to the ironclad rule of transmigration, die in the book and you'll snap right back to your original world. I gave myself a good, clean stab, closed my eyes in perfect contentment, and thought, finally, I can go home. Hashtag 2. The moment I opened my eyes, I was met with the boss's blood red eyes, like he was wearing colored contacts over some cartoonishly huge irises. His arms were locked tight around me. "You're back. That's all that matters." I took a hard look at the familiar, antique furnishings and realized the rule might have glitched. I thought about stabbing myself again, but I couldn't even lift a finger. The boss, Extra High, the one I'd raised and named Lou High, had me pinned to his bed. If not for those 4 words he'd just spoken, I honestly would have suspected he'd noticed I hadn't died properly and was trying to finish the job by strangulation. Because his grip was absurdly tight, this moment, I could barely breathe. I tried to push him away and gasp for air, but every muscle refused to cooperate. I was quietly suffocating, and I mean that literally. I wasn't just emotionally frustrated. But he quickly sensed my inner struggle. He loosened his hold slightly, looked me straight in the eye, and said hoarsely, "Don't scare me like that again. Please. I won't touch him anymore." After nearly being smothered, I drew a long breath, looking at the expression on Lou High, whom I'd raised for so many years. I had the odd feeling that he seemed a little wounded. Though, did he misunderstand something? Before I could speak, the boss suddenly stiffened. His face shifted, and his tone turned vicious. "Were you just waiting for me to say I'd let him go? So much that you'd even threaten me with your own life?" "Huh. Boss, what in the world are you misunderstanding?" "System. Where's the system? Explain what's going on here. I only died once. How am I completely unable to follow what he's saying?" I called and called for the system, but it had either hidden away in some corner or crashed and died. In any case, no response whatsoever. With the cheat code of the system unavailable, I had no choice but to fall back on my education and coarse socialist values and answer honestly. Actually, no, I just purely wanted to die. But Lou High didn't like the truth. The moment he heard it, his hand came crashing down, changing direction mid-swing to blast a crater into the floor beside the bed. Yikes. How long was I actually dead? Just one death, and Lou High's temper got this bad. In a towering rage, he summoned a squad of demon generals. "Go to the dungeon. Guard pay you do not let him take his own life. If he dies in there, you're all going with him." Then he lowered his chin to rest on top of my head and said sullenly, "Are you satisfied now, master?" I was, in fact, not satisfied. Lying here like a corpse, unable to even stab myself. How could I possibly be satisfied? But I had the distinct feeling he'd gotten the wrong idea about something. Seeing him with his eyes nearly splitting open in fury, I didn't dare say a word. Hashtag 3. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, I figured he'd cooled off enough. Puzzled, I asked, how did I come back? Yes, I'd given myself a straight, true stab right to the heart. And I'd even channeled spiritual power into it. Yet there's no way I should have survived. I felt him pause for a second before he answered casually. I set up a soul summoning array. Soul summoning array? That's an extremely vicious formation that IT requires live sacrifices to activate. That's right, that I burned 99 living people. The next time you leave without a word, Master, I'll burn 999. My heart seized. This was the villain the system had painstakingly made me raise. The classic trifecta. Gorgeous, lethal, and merciless. With him wrapped around me like an octopus, I sighed softly. Since you know I'm your master, what kind of behavior is this on your part? Completely improper. If I could move, I wouldn't waste this much talk. I'd have just kicked him off with one foot and been done with it. Can't I hold you for a bit? It's been so long since this disciple had the chance to hold you, Master. Was that a hint of piteousness I detected? My temple twitched violently that I forced down my temper. What is wrong with you? You weren't like this before. To my surprise, Lu Hai gave a soft laugh at that. Before, I was a fool. I thought that if I behaved, if I was obedient enough, you wouldn't abandon me. That sooner or later, you would understand what's in my heart. But now I understand. If you want something, you'd best reach out and seize it with your own two hands. What do you mean by that? Did he mean what I think he meant? I stared in shock and murmured the question. You're so clever, Master. Could you possibly not see that Ahai is in love with his master? Kaboom! That single rhetorical question struck me like lightning. Leaving me charred and battered, I could feel my temple twitching even more frantically. I refused to believe it. I refused to believe that the villain boss I'd slaved over, strictly following the system's directives to raise, actually wants to fall in love with his master before I could stop myself. Unfilial disciple. ####, for my fingers still wouldn't lift. I tried circulating spiritual energy through my body. Empty? Nothing at all. I couldn't feel even a trace of spiritual power. That I knew my fingers were immobile because the body had been lying dead for too long and hadn't finished adjusting to the soul summoning. But what was this complete loss of spiritual power? A side effect of the ritual. Ahai, let go of me first. I've lost all my cultivation. This mortal body can't withstand such a deadly lockhold. The boss looked at me doubtfully, then placed his finger on my wrist. His expression turned grave. How can this be? How would I know? When I first transmigrated, the system had at least given me the cheat code for cultivation. A hidden world, supreme quality spirit root, and great ascension cultivation. Rounding things out, that made me half a reclusive master. And now I was a cripple, all my cultivation completely gone. I gazed skyward in desolation, in Omor flying through the heavens showing off. Actually, that's not a bad thing. Without your cultivation, Master won't be able to run around anymore. Lu Hai. Mused that I thought to myself, I don't even want to run. I just want to die. But that's not the point. The point is, I knew a villain would be evil, but I never expected this level of depravity. To actually want to imprison his own master, and to think Lu Hai had always acted so obedient before. This feeling? It's like finding out the quiet, well-behaved honor student in class is actually a serial killer. ####5i. Having transmigrated to another world for who knows how many years, was finally forced into the life of a kept goldfish. While it wasn't exactly dignified to be confined by my own disciple, the food Lu Hai provided was genuinely good. Day one that I drank crucian carp soup all day. Very flavorful. Apart from Lu Hai's expression being a little unreadable while feeding me, I felt perfectly satisfied with life. Day two that I had shiitake fish congee, sweet and sour carp, and fish head soup with white radish. Both delicious and beautiful. Luhai's chef knew their craft. Day 3. Loofah fish soup, spicy grilled fish, and fish head with chopped chili, exceptionally fresh. Day 4. Shrimp and fish congee, steamed bass, boiled fish slices, braised crucian carp. Day 5. Day 6. Day 7. Fish, all fish. Day 8. As Luhai sat by my bed carefully picking bones out of fish meat, I finally snapped. Did you buy out an entire fish pond or something? Luhai lifted his head and let out a soft, nasal hum of inquiry. He even sounded a little stuffy. I chose my words with difficulty. We've eaten fish for an entire week. Aren't you sick of it? He blinked. You're sick of it, master? I thought you would really like it. The nasal tone was heavier now that I've eaten it for a whole week. Hello, what do you think? I've decided I won't eat fish again for 3 years. But the current Luhai is the boss, someone I can't afford to cross, and he doesn't like hearing the truth. At first I liked it very much. But now, watching his eyes darken, I've lost all my cultivation. I can't beat him. Now I still like it very much. It's just that I was thinking, things in nature can be exhausted if we overuse them as cultivators of the way. We must be especially mindful not to take without restraint. I'm just a frail mortal now. Please don't scare me like this. My cheat's gone. Am I never going to get back home? I burst into tears by the time I realized it. I could already taste salt from my own snot, and why snot had run straight into my mouth. I must look so awful right now. And I cried even harder in despair. Luhai's expression must be terrifying now that I didn't dare look. My dignity as a teacher was completely gone, that I especially didn't dare look. Oh, I missed the fleeting, flustered look that crossed his face. All I heard was his cold, mocking voice. Where is master's usual arrogance? Could it be that you've become this pathetic because you've been swayed by mortal feelings? Since I'd already lost all face, I might as well go down in flames. That I ignored him, kept crying, and mentally prepared for a war of attrition. To be honest, when I was a kid I could cry for an entire day over losing 50 cents. It wasn't long before he rubbed the bridge of his nose and conceded, "Stop crying. From now on, no more fish. All right?" I halted immediately, tearful eyes fixed on him. Hi. Were you just being mean to me? He blinked, obviously taken aback. What? I sniffled and made as if to burst out wailing again. You were mean, treacherous disciple, betraying your master and your ancestors. I watched the veins on his forehead twitch as he gritted. It won't happen again. I couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a snort of laughter. His finger, which had been wiping under my eye, paused. He ground his teeth. I take that back. That you're still just as brazen. 6. That night, Luhai wrapped his arms around me to sleep as usual, and I lay motionless as usual. After all this time recuperating, my body was still weak, but moving around was no longer a real struggle. Yet now, I was the one who dared not move. Without realizing it, I had slipped into a dream, though it wasn't really a dream, just memories of things that had already happened. When I first took Luhai as my disciple, he wouldn't call me master. That I laid down the law again and again, but he simply refused. Helpless, I let him have his way. The time. I even privately analyzed the reasons. Was it because I looked too young, or because I wasn't stern and strict like a typical master? I could change the latter, but the former was beyond me. My darling system was too good to me. The body it gave me formed its golden core at 16, so my appearance stayed frozen at 16 forever. When I first arrived, I'd been proud of that. Look what a talent I am. One day, we went to town to buy rice and happened upon a family marrying off a daughter. The bride, a girl of 16, knelt on the ground clinging to an old woman, sobbing her heart out. "Mother, I won't marry him. I won't. That old man has one foot in the grave. Why does he need another? Concubine. I won't. The old man beside her slapped her across the face, spittle flying. Watch your mouth. Squirely taking an interest in you is your good fortune to. Don't be ungrateful. The old woman, eyes brimming with tears, said mournfully, Daughter, the squire's house is a good place. Marry there, and you'll eat well and live well. Not like our family. We're about to starve. As she spoke, she pried the girl's fingers loose. Luhai stopped and watched with an oddly serious expression for a while, then suddenly burst out in indignation. Even parents will abandon their children for profit. What in this world can you really trust? I sighed that such a young child could utter such world-weary sentiments, patted the low ponytail I tied for him, and teased, Your master can be trusted. How about you call me master and just see? He merely tilted his head, shot me a glance, said nothing, and strode off. In the middle of that night, he abruptly rushed to my bed and shook me awake, asking, Master wouldn't abandon a disciple, right? I was half dreaming of Duke Zhou, dead tired, and just wanted him gone. So I mumbled a groggy reply. It seemed from around then on that he started calling me Master. Point 7 The scene shifted. I was half reclining under the eaves of a thatched cottage, basking in the sun, when a silhouette walked towards me against the light that I squinted. A skinny youth, features unclear, but I knew it was Lu Hai. That can't make out his face feeling was too familiar. Aside from passerby Hai, I couldn't think of anyone with that kind of aura. Master, the rice is gone. How long have you been here? The youth answered in a stilted, orderly manner. 3 years, 2 months, and 2 days. Oh, 3 years already. Then I'll teach you Anidia arts. Got it. Amen. The boy nodded seriously. Do you feel hunger in your stomach? I'm okay. Excellent. Your Anidia is fully accomplished. Let's go buy roast chicken. Now that you don't need to eat, we can save the silver and let your master indulge her cravings. Seeing him at a loss for words, I patted his shoulder with heavy heart. Think about it. You won't die if you don't eat, but if I don't eat chicken, I'll go mad with craving. Ate a night full of dreams. When I woke, Lu Hai was nowhere to be seen. Well, that made sense. He was the demon lord now, no doubt very busy. Looking back, Lu Hai used to be such an obedient little kid, and the system was so adorable too. When I'd first transmigrated, the system had generously given me a body with supreme spirit. Roots, complete with Mahayana cultivation. A wave of my hand could summon a flying sword. A lift of my foot could uphold the Tao. Instantly, my initial annoyance at being dumped in the middle of nowhere vanished. After all, everyone else who transmigrates into a novel is either a loser or hunted down. While I clearly got a power fantasy script, the system's tasks didn't include any brutal or angsty plot. It simply pointed at an utterly unremarkable kid called Passerby Hai and told me to take him away and raise him into a boss. Under the system's guidance, I flew my sword to a riverbank overgrown with weeds, plucked the little boy out of the muddy bank, and said solemnly, Young man, I see you have extraordinary bones, a once-in-a-lifetime martial prodigy, maintaining or destroying. World peace all depends on you. That I happen to have a master here, a fairy with Mahayana cultivation. Would you be willing to become her disciple? The boy's face was smeared with mud. I couldn't make out his features or his expression. Not wanting to force him, I made sure to add, If you disagree, I won't force you. The mud-caked head finally moved. Little kids really do love playing in mud. I guess that I mused aloud. I understand your meaning. From now on, you are my first disciple. I understood. He didn't shake his head, so he must be quite satisfied with this mastered as his master. I felt I had a responsibility for his grubby state that I flew my sword over the water, held him down, and swished him around in the river to wash the mud off. But he only got dirtier dough. The river was yellow, its silt content probably comparable to my mother country's yellow river. Glancing down inadvertently at the sword beneath my feet, it hit me. I'm a cultivator. I could just cast a cleansing spell that I hauled him back to shore, tried the spell, and sure enough, he was clean. Once clean, I sized him up and finally understood why the system said he was completely ordinary. .9 The boy's looks were neither stunning nor ugly. At first glance, his features were well proportioned, his face delicate enough. But turn away for a second, and, what did he look like again? Truly a passerby high. A definitive passerby face. Totally unremarkable, no matter I'm face blind anyway. Even if he were a beauty, I wouldn't be able to tell. Where is your home? If you're going to cultivate with me, we should go bid farewell to your parents. He shook his head, bewildered, surprised. I probed. Are you an orphan? He lowered his head, following his gaze. I finally noticed he was holding a tiny little frog in his hands that it was so small he could have held it in one hand. But he clasped it tightly with both hands. Oh, that's why he was plastered in mud by the river. He'd been catching frogs. Its legs were stretched out straight from his grip. He clearly wasn't planning to let it go. Hungry? He kept his head down and didn't answer. I casually cast a spell and blasted 2 fish out of the river. Don't ask how I could catch fish barehanded so effortlessly. The system's cheat skill is just that good. That thing has too many parasites. Better eat fish. I pried open his hands, grabbed the stunned frog, tossed it back into the river, and then took his hand to find a spot to grill the fish that a kid in one hand, fish in the other. I was practically in a rural farming novel. Catching him sneaking glances at me, I said smugly, "What are you looking at? Become my disciple, and I'll feed you fish every day." He barely reached my elbow, looking around 8 or 9. Curious, I asked, "How old are you?" 13. He's already 13. This is severe malnourishment. He definitely needs more fish. 10 Now it all clicked. No wonder he fed me fish every single day. It was revenge all along. After that day, I gave him a name according to his character settings, built a thatched hut on the outskirts of town, and settled down to teach him spells. But don't ask why I didn't just live in town. I won't admit it was because I couldn't afford a house. The boy was 13, but clearly malnutrition had stunted his growth. So I often went to the river or ponds to blast fish and bring them back for him. He ate them without a single complaint back then. I always thought he was sweet and easy to raise. Who knew he'd been secretly nursing grievances, keeping it all in, only to strike a lethal blow when he finally acted. I had to sigh. Worthy seed of a villain, so deep and calculating from such a young age. And to think I once thought he was quiet, well-behaved, and obedient, with no shortcomings except being a complete passerby face. Turns out he'd harbored malicious intent all along. I was so furious I shot to my feet. "Hey, I can move now." I tested my legs. Aside from a little stiffness, I could stand and even bounce a bit without any problem. 11-inch The lady is awake. A woman's voice rang out, frightening me right back onto the bed. That a vividly dressed woman poked her head in and looked at me. That I blinked back. All innocence. She beckoned, and a stream of alluring female demon cultivators filed in and knelt in neat rows. "The demon lord commands us to serve, madam." I glanced around, confirming there was no one else. Just as I was about to dismiss them, I noticed the one kneeling at the very back winking at me. That I smiled, waved a lazy hand. "All of you may leave. Too many people make the room stuffy. 1 will suffice to attend to me." "Certainly. She may stay." I pointed vaguely at the winker at the back. These demon cultivators were remarkably obedient. Not a word of protest. Lu Hai clearly ran a tight ship. Once they had all gone, I hurriedly pulled Xingdong up from the floor. "What are you doing here?" Xingdong's expression turned grave. "Master is locked in the dungeon. Fate unknown that I came to ask Martial Ant if there's any way to save him." I sighed. "My cultivation is completely gone that I stand no chance against him. But as for senior brother's life or death," I recalled Lu Hai's ferocious words that day. "He should be out of immediate danger. Not long ago that demon lord held a grand wedding. The whole world says Martial Ant has betrayed the righteous path. But we know you hold morality in your heart. You would never betray our sect. It must be that demon's trickery. But Master has been in the Sunluo Hall with no word of his fate. I guessed Martial Ant's position was difficult. But I thought you were always clever. So I came on this desperate trip that I never imagined even you would have no solution." Her voice broke, and she wiped away tears that I felt a headache coming on. How was senior brother's disciple still such a crybaby? And wait. What? Hold on. What's this about a grand wedding? Is it the demon lord I'm thinking of? Martial Ant didn't know. She started sobbing again. 12 I massaged my temples, maintained a smile, and soothed her gently. "Stop crying. Tell your Martial Ant what this grand wedding is all about." Xingdong wiped her face messily, holding back tears. "Half a month ago, that demon lord suddenly threw a great feast for the demon horde and announced to the world that he and Martial Ant had become Tao companions. The world was in an uproar. They say you've betrayed the righteous path and planned to crusade against you. Wait that I'm certain I've been reborn less than 10 days. Half a month ago, I was probably still a corpse." That only made Lu Hai seem more twisted. And from her tone, they apparently had no idea I'd been dead. "What time is it?" Xingdong paused, then answered, "The hour of the dragon." "No, I mean what day is it?" "October 31st, the dark moon." I'd stabbed myself on the first day of October, the new moon. Less than a month had passed. How had the world already become this shockingly insane? Xingdong started dabbing at tears again, sobbing. "I heard a rumor that Martial Ant threatened her own life to make the demon lord spare Master, and even swore an oath to heaven to die on the same day in the same year. I didn't believe it then. Never thought it was true that I'm so unfilial. Underestimating the bond between you and Master, and now I'm rubbing salt in Martial Ant's wounds. I realized I'd accidentally muttered my thoughts aloud. But what the hell kind of rumor was that? Swearing to heaven to die the same day. That wasn't a rumor, it was slander." My headache doubled. "Don't listen to nonsense rumors. Nothing like that happened. I'm perfectly fine." "Martial Ant, even now you won't admit it. You just said your cultivation is gone." She only cried harder. Resigned, I tried to use Lu Hai as a threat. "If you cry any louder, you'll draw Lu Hai here." But to my surprise, it didn't work. Xingdong choked out. "Before I came, I found out that Demon Lord went to Towny Cliff today to pick Moji grass. He won't be back for 2 or 3 days. Martial Ant needn't worry." I froze it. If he really went to Tiani Cliff. Forget 2 or 3 days. Some people never return to Tiani Cliff is a sheer 1,000-foot precipice. Li once described the perils of the Shu Road. Above, high peaks where 6 dragons turn the sun. Below, crashing waves swirling back against the stream. Even yellow cranes cannot fly across. Gibbons despair of climbing. Yet the Shu Road's danger doesn't even equal a fraction of Tiani Cliff's. And if only the terrain were treacherous, murderous auras snake across the cliff face. Venomous insects and vicious beasts are countless. In particular, a mutated century-old giant eagle, the monarch among predators, feasts on raw flesh and hunts cultivators scaling the cliff. For centuries, nearly all immortals and demons who sought Moe grass ended up as its meal, that I didn't ask Xingdong whether she knew why he'd suddenly gone to Tiani Cliff. Because Moe grass's greatest use is to help cultivators rebuild their meridians and restore their cultivation, that I remembered what he'd said the day he learned I'd lost my power. Actually, it's just as well. Without cultivation, Master won't go running around anymore. Those words echoed in my ears, and suddenly I felt strangely disturbed. 13-inch. How has the mountain sect fared these days? Only 1 or 2 madmen believed the demon's sorcery and came to provoke us, but we beat them off. I remembered something else. Have you heard that Lu Hai performed a soul summoning and burned 99 living people? Huh. Xingdong scratched her head, puzzled. No, the demon realm's been calm lately. Lu Hai kept to himself. Otherwise I'd have found an opening sooner. But 99. I recall. There were rumors Lu Hai burned 99 demon generals in Sunluo Hall for insubordination, but I figured he'd just become the demon lord. Why would he cut off his own arms? So I didn't take it seriously. My head throbbed again. That boy lies so blithely now that I could no longer live carefree. Still, if it wasn't soul summoning, why was I reborn? Martial niece, did your master ever teach you any arts that could revive the dead, heal flesh and bone? Xingdong's expression immediately grew solemn. Master said any method that can raise the dead and mend flesh is a forbidden art that defies the heavenly Tao. He never imparted such techniques to us. I've only heard rumors of soul summoning. Why does Martial An ask? You must never harbor thoughts of tampering with life and death, or you'll birth heart demons and ruin your own immortal path. Lousy, treacherous disciple, ruining my immortal path. Haha. No that I was just asking that go back for now. That I'll see if I can slip out while Lu Hai's away and check on senior brother's situation. After giving Xingdong a few casual instructions and sending her back to the mountain sect, I lay back on the bed that a sense of loss crept over me. I once thought I was in a power fantasy story. Turns out the old saying is true. Destiny's gifts are secretly marked with a price point 14. I had planned to sneak to the dungeon under cover of darkness. In the evening, after dinner, a sudden palpitation seized me. Assuming I'd eaten too much, I decided to take a stroll outside. To my surprise, no one tried to stop me. I asked a demon cultivator for directions to the dungeon, and then boldly walked right in. As if I owned the place, that I saw a group of demon cultivators surrounding Peiyu, shouting and bristling with fury. That I rushed over, pulled Peiyu to safety, and barked, "Who gave you permission to lay a hand on him?" His eyes lit up. "Junior sister, you came." Then I spotted the dice he was playing with. He followed my gaze to the dice, then called out to the demons, "Come on, don't just stand there. Keep going. Keep going." Big or small this time? The demons stood ramrod straight, not a flicker in their eyes, and chorused, "Greetings, madam. To serve the demon lord is a glorious death." My senior brother and I both froze for a beat. He recovered first, looking envious. "Junior sister, you're so magnificent." Snapping back to my senses, I spoke with deep meaning. "Senior brother, you are the leader of the foremost righteous sect. How can you indulge in gambling, a pastime of low rogues?" Junior sister taught it. "How can it be called a rogue's pastime?" My brow twitched. "Find I did teach him. 15 About 4 years ago, I sent that gangly youth off to buy me a chicken and lay back on the recliner outside my thatched hut, sunbathing as I waited for my chicken to return. That a young man and woman in matching white robes descended before me, ethereal and elegant. Move aside, that I'm catching some sun." Instead, the whole group dropped to their knees with a thud. The girl in front, who still had a childish air, spoke crisply. "Martial Ant, the patriarch summons you back to the mountain sect." For some reason, although it was early morning, the horizon was streaked with dying rays, and I faintly heard thunder. The girl hissed, "There's no time." Then I saw multiple immortal binding ropes snaking toward me. "Whoa there! Is your conduct really befitting a proper immortal sect? Please forgive this junior's disrespect," she said, and began sealing my meridians. Before I lost consciousness, I dimly felt I had forgotten something important. Only later did I realize the system had not assigned me the persona of a carefree recluse. Blowing Cloud Mountain, Chinsu's sect, the sect leader's only daughter, Qing. After 6 years of wandering, I had returned to the sect. 16 When I first returned to the mountain, I couldn't adjust to the austere life. Bored out of my mind, I started running a gambling den on the peak, teaching the disciples pai gao and dice, then slipping down to the town with my winnings to buy roast chicken, crispy duck, braised pig trotters, spicy rabbit head. Ugh, I have to stop thinking about it, or I'll start drooling. One day Pei caught me in the ACT. It'd be why then he was already the sect leader. Afraid he'd cut off my income, I pulled out a chair with exaggerated courtesy, sat him down, and said with the gravest expression, "Senior brother, lately your junior sister has encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation. I've racked my brains and can find no solution. I'm deeply troubled. Does senior brother have any clever method to help me break through?" As expected, his face turned solemn. "I'm afraid not. You're at the great vehicle stage, while I've only just reached unity. Recently I've thought of a rather unorthodox approach that IT still needs testing. I'm all ears. They say the gate of all wonders is mystery within mystery. Yet I believe the Tao follows nature, and in the unseen, you and I each possess a natural flow of fortune. Though we cannot trace where it begins or ends, we might catch a glimpse of the Tao's subtleties through this very fortune. Doesn't that sound reasonable? Then how do we perceive our natural fortune? The greatest Tao is simplicity itself. Though nature is vast, if we concentrate our spirit through the small currents around our bodies, we'll realize that Qi, too, can flow between our fingers. I picked up a die and flashed it at him. Understanding dawned instantly. He joined the game without hesitation. Truly, the protagonist of a power fantasy novel, the designated heir to the sect, catches on in a flash. Pei Yu's mind is sharp that a year later, not only had his cultivation caught up to mine, he'd also mastered every gambling trick under the sun, sweeping the entire mountain with no rival. That I never imagined that in the end, he would be the one to cut off my income stream for a long time after. I deeply suspected he did it on purpose. 17 Snapping back to the present, I looked at the demons still crowding around me and said, full of righteous indignation, "You may all withdraw." Once they'd gone, I turned to him with the tone of a long-suffering advisor. "Senior brother, wallowing in these vices right now is utterly ill-timed. Have you forgotten how Lu Hai pinned you down and beat you black and blue?" To my surprise, he showed not a trace of shame, only righteous fury. The young have no martial virtue. It was clearly a sparring match. A fight should stop at the first touch. And he actually went all out. Then why didn't you use your full strength? Weren't you supposed to be rescuing me? Pei Yu broke into a shameless cackle. Haha. Lu Hai would never do anything to you. Did you really need me to save you, ha? I reminded myself. He's the male lead. Endure. Through gritted teeth I asked, each word deliberate. Then may I ask, what are you doing here? Now he actually looked embarrassed. Well, those so-called righteous old fogies kept pestering me every day to vanquish the demon and uphold the Tao, that I really had no choice, you know? He plopped himself down cross-legged, looked up with a grin. Then I thought, hey, anywhere's a home. Lu Hai's territory here isn't half bad. Those annoying old men can't bother me here, huh? Thinking about how worried everyone had been outside all this time, I felt my veins bulge and I forced the warning through my teeth. Don't celebrate too early. Lu Hai has changed a lot. The laughter vanished. He straightened up. How so? I told him about Lu Hai's volatile temperament, sticking to what I could safely share, and ended with a grumble. I remember Lu Hai used to be fairly normal. How did he turn into this? Peiyu gave me a strange look. Hasn't he always been that unreadable, neither bright nor dark? Since when? From the moment you first brought him back to the mountain. I thought there was something off about him. Sometimes he looked at people with pure murder in his eyes. Stunned, I suddenly recalled how cold he had been to the other disciples. Back then I'd assumed it was just a rough childhood and a lack of playmates, that he simply didn't know how to get along with his fellow disciples. Point 18. But the moment you appeared, his face would do a complete turnaround. Even as a kid, he was a two-faced little actor. Fascinating, really. His looks are nothing special, but his talent, truly outstanding. Too bad he was born with a rebellious streak. Apart from you, junior sister, no one could keep him in check. Otherwise I might have taken him as my own disciple. Ahem. Could you maybe pick a different verb? Perhaps seeing my silence, he patted the grass mat beside him, tugged me down to sit, and offered consolation. But junior sister, don't be too hard on yourself. You were too close to see clearly, not stupid. I rolled my eyes inwardly, but I hadn't forgotten the other important reason I'd come to find him. Do you know any way, other than summoning a soul, to bring a dead person back to life? There are ways, sure. But who died? Your disciple? I pressed a hand to my forehead in defeat. I died and came back to life. Then I laid out the whole story, in detail. How I had stabbed myself. Point 19. Peiyu mulled it over, processing aloud. No wonder we were locked in that fight, neither gaining the upper hand. And Lu Hai suddenly turned pale. When I saw you slumped on the ground, I figured it was some sibling heart-link thing, and you'd purposely fainted to save your brother. Then he threw me in here without a word. Junior sister really did stab herself. Heh. And what I saw was you getting beaten senseless with no chance to fight back. Truly an even match. But actually stabbing yourself. Wait, why would you stab yourself? Sharp one. Aren't you? I touched my nose, laughed awkwardly. Haha, I just wanted to save you, and then, accidentally lost control. Since when are we that close? I answered with righteous fervor. Senior brother, how can you say that? I came here alone, risking death in the middle of the night. Could my devotion be anything less than genuine? You came alone? Of course. What is wrong with you tonight? Obsessing over trivial details. Is that really the point? Then how did you break the barrier outside? I blinked, bewildered. What barrier? His brows shot together, his expression shifting to alarm. Point 20. You stashed his dice away, grabbed my wrist tightly, and after a moment of frowning concentration, declared, just as I thought. I was still lost. You asked about resurrection methods. You wanted to know how you're still alive. That I can say it now with certainty. It's because of the life-death bond. The life-death bond. He released my wrist, his face grim. Yes, a pact that binds two lives together. The name says it all. Once the bond is sealed, your fates are intertwined. You didn't sense any barrier when you walked in because it's Lu Hai's barrier. Now that your life and his are linked, the barrier won't stop you. But that kind of magic has always been extremely dangerous. Point 1. Wavering thought, and your meridians could be completely severed. There's no real benefit for the caster, either. Very few people even know about it. That I only learned of it by pure chance. A heavy ache bloomed in my chest. For a moment I couldn't speak. Then a thought surfaced that I murmured. Then my resurrection. It's because Lu Hai gave you half of his lifespan. The words cut deeper than any blade. Suddenly my heart clenched as if a knife were twisting inside. Under Pei Yu's astonished gaze, I doubled over, rolling on the ground and clutching my chest in agony. 21 I was writhing in pain, teeth clenched. But after the first instant of shock, Pei Yu simply ignored it all. Tio think I'd worried about him earlier. I unilaterally declared our senior brother-junior sister relationship severed. Slow as ever, he drawled the tease. Even if your heart aches for your disciple, do you really have to go that far? I was in too much pain to speak, inwardly cursing Pei Yu for his heartless indifference. Then he leaped up, put distance between us, and eyed me warily, muttering, "Don't try to frame me. I just checked your body. Beyond the loss of cultivation, there's not a single thing wrong with you." Huh? The pain's gone. I scrambled to my feet, dusted myself off, and shot him a glare fierce enough to kill. Pei Yu frowned for a moment, then pulled out his dice and toyed with them, speaking with renewed calm. "Don't glare at me. From what just happened, this is likely the life-death bond at work. I can't do anything about it. The bond has another function. When one side faces a mortal threat, the other is alerted. So tell me, if Lu Hai isn't with you, where did he go?" My heart lurched, my voice sank without permission. The abyss of premature demise. 22 Pei Yu, clever as ever, pieced it together in a heartbeat. He's certainly deeply devoted to you, but since you're not dead from pain yet, it means he's still alive. After a pause, he added, "The life-death bond must not be known to anyone else. Otherwise," he lifted his gaze to me, coldly, "someone might be tempted to use you as a target." I knew that well enough, but there was another question I needed answered more. Is there a way to break the bond? How else would I return to my original world? If I stabbed myself again and dragged the villain along, what then? Am I supposed to stay here, playing out the plot until the very end? Pei Yu's expression had relaxed. He flipped the dice into the air, caught them easily, and said in a lazy tone, "If this bond were that easy to break, would it have been so easily lost in the first place? Once Lu Hai returns, get him to lift my confinement that I'll go back to the sect's library and see if there's anything there. But Lu Hai, you haven't seen what he's like now. He has designs on me," but the words shifted on my tongue. "Isn't exactly obedient these days. Not very obedient. He utterly loathes hearing the truth these days that I vividly remember that crater by the bed. The demonic cultivators spent 3 whole days fixing it. Pei Yu, casual as ever. Then just coax him a bit. Me. **23*** After returning from the dungeons, I've been restless. I chalk it up to too many shocks piled on top of each other these past few days. That night, I pulled back the covers and lay down alone, and it's the first time since my rebirth that I sleep alone, and the night feels cold as water. That I wrapped the quilt tight, closed my eyes, and dreams drifted in. One moment. The demon lord Lu Hai's hoarse voice, "Just come back." Then his subdued tone, "Master satisfied now?" Then his manic rant, "Yeah, I burned 99 living people. Next time Master leaves without a word, I'll burn 999. Then Zhao Xingdong sobbing, "That demon lord went to Yaoi Cliff to fetch Maji grass." Then my senior brother murmuring, "It's because Lu Hai gave you half his lifespan." Finally, the young Lu Hai, standing in a far void, expression cold, asking, "Master said you wouldn't abandon me." I've heard that somewhere before. **24*** The day that girl Zhao Xingdong tied me up and dragged me back to the sect, It was the former sect leader, this body's father, wanting to see me one last time before death. The entire sect had searched for me for 3 months, but only managed to bundle me back as he was drawing his final breaths that I end such moments. There must be some deathbed entrustment that I knelt at his bedside and listened to his earnest instructions. I know you blame me, but your mother was a woman of great righteousness. Dying for the world was her rightful fate. Your senior brother's nature is lively. You are gifted and always composed. After he succeeds as sect leader, I hope you will lend him plenty of support. You are my proudest daughter and my most prized disciple. Your brother's cultivation is below yours. I really can't set my mind at ease. After I'm gone, guard the mountain for 10 years on my behalf, just to repay the kindness of raising you. Using kindness to demand repayment. And such favoritism, no wonder his birth daughter ran away. That I glanced around at everyone gathered, thought briefly. Living anywhere is the same, and the conditions here are better, so I agreed. Then the old sect leader breathed his last dough. They call it ascending. But I hadn't forgotten that I sent Lu Hai to buy chicken, so I asked my newly acquired convenient senior brother to go to my thatched hut and bring Lu Hai here too. It was then that the system told me Pei Yu is this book's male lead, naturally adored by all. The next day, Pei Yu told me he had sent people to look, but the place was empty. I wasn't anxious. After all, he's my direct disciple, and no one in that tiny corner could do anything to him. I only asked him to search more carefully, because if he truly didn't want to be found, with his unrivaled passerby aura, it really wouldn't be easy. By the time the coffin was born and the vigil held, a full 7 days had passed. ***25***, 7 days later. Though I knew Lu Hai couldn't have come to harm, I still felt uneasy, so I told Pei Yu I'd go look for him myself. I rushed to my old thatched hut and found it reduced to scorched earth. A youth of plain appearance, delicate features, sat slumped to the side, his expression cold. Master said, "You wouldn't abandon me." For some reason, I felt a twinge of guilt and made excuses. Oh, how could I bear to abandon Ahai? I'm back now, see. I stepped forward to pull him up, but he grabbed me around the waist. I froze. Pitying him for losing his parents so young, I didn't struggle free. I gestured at the scorched earth to change the subject. What's all this? He buried his head and said sullenly, "Caught fire." I can see that. How did it catch fire? Struck by lightning. ***26***. The dreams came in fits and starts. The next day, by the time I woke, it was already noon. While the demonic cultivators laid out the meal, I asked casually, "Has your demon lord returned?" When the answer was no, I said no more. After eating, I went back to sleep, living the dream life, but my heart felt like a stone was pressing on it. With that sinking feeling, I seemed to set foot on Mount Chuan. A year after returning to the sect, Pei Yu under my tutelage had become a veritable king of gamblers. I have to admit, he's every inch the wish-fulfillment novel's male lead. With heaven-defying luck, he won every bet. I, annoyed that he cut off my income, and refusing to believe in such fortune, decided one day to bet against him, big time, hoping to reverse destiny in one stroke. The system never lied. The male lead is the male lead, status unquestionable. Half a day later, I lost everything. The world of face-slapping novels runs deep. Going back to the village was not an option. Pei Yu saw I had no more stakes, packed up, and prepared to leave. You win and want to just walk away. You clearly don't know the rules of the Jianghu. I threw open the doors, fell to my knees with a thud, grabbed the hem of his robe, tears and snot streaming down, and said with deep emotion, "Senior brother." Before Master passed, He ordered me to assist you well that I consider myself deeply devoted to you, always supporting you wholeheartedly, never disobeying. Now your cultivation has advanced greatly, yet you've fallen into this depraved heresy. Your junior sister has worried for a long time, and even if it angers you, I must speak bluntly. You're so addicted that not only did you take the money I painstakingly saved, you even want to take my hairpins and jewelry to gamble. As a few disciples gathered by the door, craning their necks and whispering, Peiyu stood dumbfounded. I continued my righteous outcry. You've been hooked on this vice for a while, repeatedly taking my money, and now you even want my hairpins and ornaments. If it were just ordinary jewelry, I admire you so much, I'd hand them over without a word. I saw the doorway was now tightly packed. No worry he'd slip away. So I released his robe, covered the corner of my mouth as if struggling to speak, and choked. But that is a keepsake of my late mother. If mother in the underworld knew her daughter desecrated her mementos like this, she would surely blame us siblings for being unfilial. Ever understanding, pressing step by step. I'm not afraid of mother's blame. But you are the sect leader, if this breeds heart demons and the sect collapses, your junior sister could not atone even with death. Peiyu looked around, finally caught on, and said through gritted teeth, You're blackmailing me. I immediately put on an expression of extreme shock and said loudly, Senior brother insulting me with harsh words truly breaks my heart that I know my frank words must have angered you. But can't you feel your junior sister's earnest affection? If senior brother would sacrifice himself for the righteous path, I would sell my pots and pans to support you. With a turn of phrase, I wailed pitifully. But today, senior brother, I wiped snot and tears, my heart wrenching. Even if you punish me later, I will never permit. I glanced again. The crowd at the door was already indignant, pointing at Peiyu, and Lu Hai's face was icy as well. With a flurry of operations, Peiyu was forced to leave behind his winnings and flee in disarray. That I trust that, after this tempering, the male lead will only grow stronger. **27*** From then on, I quit gambling for good. That I knew well that some tricks work once, but overused they lose their sting. Moreover, I was no longer a wandering rogue. I had to maintain my image as the lofty, righteous, and unfathomable uncle master of Chinshio sect on Mount Qin. I sought out Peiyu a few more times later, but he shut his doors to all visitors. Word spread on the mountain that I was utterly devoted to him, while he remained ungrateful. That I don't know where that rumor came from, but I was delighted. My image grew ever brighter. The next time I saw Peiyu was when he broke through a bottleneck, and his cultivation reached the great vehicle stage, and naturally, his dice rolling became even more fluid. That I couldn't help marveling. As expected of the male lead, more resolute in setbacks, thriving amidst adversity. Then rumors spread that after he had spoken harshly to my earnest remonstrance, I still set aside old grudges and toiled heart and soul to help the sect leader break through. That I once again marveled. My brilliant image grew ever richer. That I truly am the ultimate tool person for the male lead. Peiyu himself also buried the hatchet with a smile. That day, the sky was clear, the breeze gentle. I favored Peiyu with a smile, and he repaid me with a song. That it was a beautiful day, except that at noon when I gnawed on a pig's trotter, I got a mouthful of dirt and bit my tongue. **28***. Hiss. I really bit my tongue. Covering my mouth, I opened my eyes, and then heard a soft chuckle. Master's awake? The form of address alone told me it was Lu Hai's back. That I didn't answer. His smile was strained, his face a bit pale. Just in time for a meal. Please, master. He picked up a bowl from the side, filled with white rice porridge cooked with chopped greens. I can do it myself, I said, reaching for the bowl that I hadn't forgotten he had just returned from Yowie Cliff, most likely still carrying injuries. But he dodged my reaching hand, stirring the porridge as he spoke in a veiled tone. Master has seen Zhao Xingdong? If I say yes, wouldn't I be indirectly betraying my martial niece? But if I say no, intuition tells me it would be even more dangerous. How do I answer? Online and in a hurry. Unexpectedly, he didn't wait for my reply, only asked casually. Then won't Master ask how I'm doing? I couldn't read his mind. I could only let him lead me by the nose. Playing along, I asked, so how are you? I saw the corner of his pressed lips twitch upward, then just as quickly flatten. With a blank face he said, fine. He brought another spoonful of porridge to my mouth and murmured, drink. 29. I was thoroughly baffled by all this. But my gut said he was in a good mood now. A good time to bring up requests. When the bowl was empty, I chose my words carefully. I went to see Shixiang too. Lu Hai's hand, still holding the bowl, stopped. His eyes slowly reddened. The look of demonic chi slipping out of control. The air congealed. Just as I thought he was about to punch another crater into the floor, he finally spoke. Got it. His voice was rough, his expression dark and unreadable. Then, as if nothing had happened, he set the bowl onto the tray. The moment his demonic grip left the white jade, it crumbled instantly into powdered dye. But then I sensed a warm, flowing spiritual energy gathering inside me. Emoji grass was remolding my meridians. Suddenly emboldened, I spoke with honest earnestness. Hi. Shixiang asked me to coax you into taking down the barrier. Lu Hai's body jerked. I could hear his joints crack. What now? What the hell is he imagining this time? I was about to explain that it wasn't what he thought, but he leaned in, one hand braced on the bed's edge, the other clamping down on my wrist. Tilting his face up, he gave a wicked smile. Oh, and how does Shizhuan plan to coax me? His irises were blood red, his tone chilling. Shizhuan, I've held back for a very long time. 30 holy shit. I'd started a perfectly straightforward negotiation. How did it turn into this? Sure, my spirit veins were remade. But it was obvious I couldn't restrain him in this condition. I stammered. Calm down. Lu Hai fixed me with a savage glare, his eyes so red they looked ready to drip blood. I want to see just how far you're willing to go for him, he snarled that, just as I was about to explain. My gaze accidentally met those infernally bewitching, ruby-like eyes, and I froze. They brimmed with killing intent, and his voice was unquestionably vicious. But his eyes were saying, bear it a little longer, don't hurt her. I looked him over again that he was still that unremarkable young man. And yet, something was different that I could see. Beneath his violent, tyrannical eyes, fragility, I suddenly realized. He wasn't a tool, he had his own flesh, his own feelings, he was struggling, he was terrified. Don't be afraid, it's okay. 31. I reached up and stroked the low ponytail at the back of his head, remembering his eyes from years ago. Bright, clear, and innocent. His fierce, wrathful expression cracked open with visible shock. So I repeated, don't be afraid, it's okay. While he was dazed, I easily freed my other hand that I gently cupped his head, thumb brushing the demonic mark on his forehead. Slowly, I pressed my lips to his brow and whispered, it's okay, even if you turn demon. This time, I felt his whole body go rigid. Then I kissed his eyes, still not quite free of that demonic aura, and murmured dreamily, are your eyes carved from rubies? How else could they be this beautiful? He shirted, his breath ghosted over my neck, his voice turning husky. Do you know what you're doing? 32. I pulled back a little, blinked, and deliberately scolded. Do I look stupid to you? Was all that clever talk just empty flattery? He didn't let me slip away. Staring straight into my eyes, he pressed in a low voice. Then does Shirzwin know what I want? I sighed, pretending to be crestfallen. Ah, and here I thought you genuinely thought I was clever, as oh you were only fooling me. The world spun to Lu Hai had me flat on the bed, pinning me beneath him. Biting my ear, he rasped. I told Shirzwin long ago. I've held back for a very long time. His voice was hoarse, helplessly thick with desire. My heart began to pound that I secretly gave myself a pep talk. He's a virgin. 3 minutes max. 3 minutes. Just close your eyes and open them, and it'll be over. I shut my eyes tight. 33 My clothes rustled as he slowly loosened them. Lu Hai chuckled softly right by my ear. What is Shirzwin thinking? His breath slipped straight into my ear. Unbearably ticklish, I couldn't help scrunching my face. Warm kisses fell one by one on my forehead, my brows, my nose, and then lingered over the corner of my mouth, over and over. Don't be afraid. Like hell, this is my first time in all these years too. Do I just magically stop being afraid because you said so? I felt my lips being caught between a warm pear, the light grind of teeth nibbling. Everyone said kissing was quick, so why was this so torturously slow? Damn it, I should have tasted pork all those years, not just watched pigs run. I cracked my eyes open a sliver, trying to learn on the job. Immediately a cool palm covered them. Don't look. I'm afraid. If you look, I won't be able to hold steady. 34 Mentally I grumbled. That's your poor self-control. I'm not taking the blame. A soft, hot tongue slipped inside, tapping lightly at my teeth, rousing a wet, tickling sensation along my lips. An unbidden moan escaped me, and it took instant advantage. Pushing through, something fell off, but I couldn't place what my arms wound around his neck of their own accord. My body went limp, as if something had slipped entirely out of my control. Cool fingers roamed over hills, stirring mischief among the peaks. Someone found a scarlet bud, kneaded it gently apart, then let go. The flowers on the hill swayed, a light breeze trembling through them. Rain teased the bloom, and the bloom grew in the rain. A soft, coquettish moan slipped out that I froze for a heartbeat, utterly disbelieving that was my own voice, but only a heartbeat. Then I was swallowed by overwhelming waves that in a haze, a voice came. Don't tempt me, I'm afraid I won't hold steady and hurt you. 35 That fragile, half-warm, half-cold time. It's always the hardest to bear. Lost in a sea of sensation, I was jolted awake by a stab of pain. Cold sweat beaded my forehead, and I finally remembered what was wrong. That I don't believe he's a virgin. This is just ridiculous. He kissed my furrowed brow again and again, and I realized I'd curled up tightly from the pain. My brow knotted. He murmured, over and over, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I wasn't sure who he was comforting. Sweat already soaked his own brow, his expression a tight mask of pain. I forced my body to relax. Helplessly, I stroked his back, and said the very words I'd regret most the next day. Not afraid. Keep going. I really like it. I watched the scarlet in his eyes not only fail to cease but darken, the desire in them surging even more violently. His voice was a seductive lure, carrying the thread of an oncoming storm. Shirzwin is the one who tempted me. 36 Night. Utterly routed. Mountains crumbled, rivers shattered, armor cast aside, banners dragged, defeated like water pouring away. 37 In the dead of night, I groggily woke, aching all over. Not only could I not lift a single finger again, this time I couldn't even open my eyes. I was simply folded into an arm that drew me against a warm chest. Half asleep, I seemed to hear a deep male voice, murmuring as if in a dream, But I don't know what Shirzuen wants. I sank back into slumber in the dream. I saw those bright, clear eyes again. But younger this time, much more tender, behind a surface mask of indifference. There was a tiny, cautious light. It was not long after I'd brought Lu Hai home from the riverbank. That day I'd picked up a sandalwood hairpin at the market. Not that it was anything special. A very simple, ordinary design. Its novelty was the only thing going for it. Sandalwood. Prayer beads you saw all the time. Sandalwood carved into a hairpin. Hardly ever. Besides, it was only 3 copper coins. Not even enough for a cup of tea in a tavern. On impulse. I bought it .38 when I got back to the grass hut. I ran smack into Lu Hai, who'd just returned from washing his hair in the river. He paused at the sight of me, then silently stepped around me and went inside. That was when he still wouldn't call me Shirzuen. Never liked to start a conversation, and mostly ignored you. Like a stranger sharing the same roof. His hair hung dripping wet. I lifted my eyes to the sun sinking west, silently gauged the time, and let out a heavy sigh. Chasing him indoors, I said helplessly, "We agreed you'd take me as master, and I'd teach you magic. How can you go back on your word?" Back then he lived in my hut, ate the fish I caught. Hard as the living was, he never complained or caused trouble. A picture of obedient behavior. But he never once called me Shirzuen. He bent to pick up a small bundle of firewood, clearly planning to start a fire for the evening meal. My words, he merely lifted his eyes a moment, still saying nothing. Asterisk. I felt the sting of being unneeded and ignored. Resigned. I formed a hand seal and dried his hair with a spell. .39. The scene shifted silently, like passing through a shimmer. It felt like a consciousness realm projection. I was suddenly an observer inside a familiar, yet distorted past. A thatched hut, sturdy but crude, stood against a barren hillside. The air smelled of dry straw and sun-baked earth. A row of withered vegetables lined a tiny plot. A few songbirds pecked idly in the dust. It was Lu Hai's first home, the one we had shared long ago. Isolated from the rest of the world, the younger Lu Hai stood in the doorway. In his ordinary face, something restless was already taking root. His hands moved through rote chores, chopping wood, stacking kindling, lighting the stove. A perfect, repetitive rhythm that held a mute desperation. Day after day after day. A life so monotonous it could crush your spirit. I saw him pause, staring blankly at the horizon. It had been days, maybe weeks, with nothing changing but the weather, and even that was mostly the same searing sun. On his brow, just visible for a second, flickered the faintest outline of a dark red mark. He was so young, and already on the edge of the demonic path. How long had this hunger, this isolation, been gnawing at him? 41. Ordinary morning. 2 cultivators trudged up the overgrown trail. Their robes and badges marked them as outer disciples of the Chinsu sect. The younger one looked exhausted. "Xixiang, we've searched all day and found nothing." That elder's directions are always so vague. "Find the boy with an unusual face," they said. But what counts as unusual? We barely have enough spirit energy left to fly. We'll be walking all night. The taller disciple replied evenly. "Don't complain. The mission came from the mountain peak itself. We just do our best." This so-called prodigy was brought in through an unorthodox route. Never even completed a proper induction ceremony. If he can't be found, we'll just report it. The sect won't waste too many resources on an unverified talent. And anyway, with the elder staying on the mountain now, maybe a true golden grade genius will be chosen as the next successor. The younger disciple grumbled, then suddenly brightened. "Xixiang, look, a little thatched hut ahead. Do you think?" The Xixiang sent out his divine sense, and, a moment later, reported, Empty, it's probably abandoned. I spun around. There was Lu Hai, right there, but he'd just laid a concealment talisman over himself. That's why they couldn't sense him. Point 41. The Shixian patted his shitty shoulder. Come on, we'll check the other ridge just to be thorough. The younger one's tone turned sullen. But didn't you say he wasn't important? Even if he isn't important, the mountain gate gave us orders that we do our job. Point 1. More search. And if we still don't find him, we'll go back and take the blame. The voices of the two disciples slowly faded, as though this was the year Winterdao's squad would eventually bring me back to Chinsuda. I turned and saw Lu Hai sitting against the doorframe, his eyes unfathomably deep that I couldn't read his thoughts, but putting myself in his place. Even at my age, supposedly past worldly cares, hearing time and again that you're utterly insignificant, that would wear on anyone. And he wasn't even 20 then. So I just stood silently beside him, waiting for him to find his own footing. A man has to work through these things himself. I just didn't expect it to take 3 whole days. Point 42. Lu Hai sat against that doorpost like a stone statue for 3 solid days, that I hadn't realized he could be this stubborn. Point 3 days to chew over something so trivial. The world has never needed any one person. Without you, the sun still rises east and sets west. That we always think we're special, we're just ordinary. At the end of the 3rd day, Lu Hai lifted one hand. A tiny flame danced at his fingertip. He flicked it casually behind him, onto the thatched roof. The dry wind caught it instantly. In moments, a roaring blaze engulfed the hut. The teenage boy stood up without a flicker of expression, turned back toward the fire as if nothing unusual was happening. The ruddy light played across his ordinary face, lending it a strange, almost twisted beauty. In that glow, I glimpsed, faint and fleeting, on his brow, a dark red demonic seal. A chill ran through me. How long had he already been tipping toward the demonic path? 43. It was just a small thatch hut less. Then half a day the flames died, leaving nothing but Lu Hai walked away without a backward glance. I followed. A drop of water touched my face. It began to rain. Strange. This consciousness realm should be pure illusion. Why did the rain feel so real? That damp chill, the tiny prickle on my skin, dragged my mood down. With Lu Hai didn't seem to care. He trudged through the rain for a long time, all the way to a town. The scene shifted, clouds parted, sun shone. On the bustling street, a circus. Ringleader had a handsome, plainly dressed young man by the arm. So you're looking for odd jobs, sir? Well, I need strong fellows. Sign on, and it's 5 taels a month. Room and board included. The young man frowned. You want me to smash rocks on my chest? His voice was crisp and oddly familiar. Point 44. Getting closer, I saw. That was me, decades ago, disguised as a young man trying to earn some travel money with a side job that I hadn't expected the circus boss to latch onto me. The memory version of me didn't even let him finish. Don't even think about it, in a way. While the boss's eager smile still hung there, my past self pointed at Lu Hai, who was standing nearby. Is my disciple just for show? Use him instead. The boss looked from me to Lu Hai and said bluntly, your disciple ain't as good looking. For him, it's 2 taels a month. Outrageous. Even back then, I was incensed by such blatant beauty discrimination. Rolling up my sleeves for emphasis, I shot back. That's lookism. How about 4 taels? Deal. After a bout of haggling, Lu Hai ended up sold for 3 taels a month, with food and lodging thrown in, all paid through my new act dealer. I insisted the boss prepay 10 days of his wages. On the spot, I saw his expression shift slightly, and, on a whim, remembered the hairpin I'd just bought at the market, and I walked up behind him and gathered his hair in my hands. He froze on the spot. 39 for some reason. Ever since I'd picked Lu Hai up, he'd always worn his hair loose. I'd just chalked it up to personal preference and never interfered. But since he'd be handling fire soon, it was better to tie his hair back. I actually wanted to style his hair into a top knot, like in all those period dramas, the very least. A high ponytail would make him look sharper, but I hadn't expected that while my own hair obediently stayed in place when I tied it. Someone else's hair turned positively unruly the moment it was in my hands. Gather up the left side, and the right would slip free, smooth the top, and the bottom would fall loose. In short, I was a complete mess. Finally, I just let the long hair hang, gathered it all together in one hand, and transformed the rosewood hairpin into a wooden hair ribbon that I used it to hastily tie a low ponytail. Since arriving in this other world, thanks to my golden finger, I'd been able to get whatever I wanted with barely a thought. This was the first time I'd felt truly flustered. Flushing with embarrassment, I stole a glance at Lu Hai's expression. Nothing unusual there. I breathed a quiet sigh of relief, at least my dignity, as his master was intact. But on that plain, expressionless face, a pair of bright, glistening eyes were startlingly clear. 40 I remember, 2 months ago, when the disciples told me Lu Hai had fallen to the demonic path, I felt almost nothing, because Lu Hai becoming a demon was something I'd long anticipated. In fact, deep down, I'd already accepted that he would fall. My task was to raise him into the villain, the great antagonist who would set the stage for the hero's world-saving triumph. Becoming a demon lord was his destiny in the book, but now, I found myself wanting to know, why did he fall? How did he become the demon lord? And how did he come to rule the Sanluo Hall among the demon realm's 9 palaces? After all, 2 months ago, Lu Hai still seemed like an unremarkable, ordinary disciple of Qinxiu Mountain. Yes, he was a little out of step with the other disciples, but surely not enough to turn traitor and join the demonic path, and so suddenly at that. Now, looking back, everything was riddled with suspicion. 41 Suddenly, those eyes turned blood red, and without warning, the thatched hut burst into flames. The heat around me grew more and more intense. More precisely, the space I was enclosed in felt like being pressed against a blazing furnace, hotter and hotter, until I jolted awake, finally burned out of sleep. Lu Hai's body was flushed red and burning hot all over, drenched in sweat, yet his expression was utterly serene. Uneasy, I pressed my fingers to his wrist to check him, and found his spiritual energy scattered and chaotic throughout his body, his soul unbearably weak. It hit me then, when I'd been struck by that heart pain in the dungeon. Peiyu had mentioned that Lu Hai was in mortal danger at that very moment. But when he'd come back, aside from being a little pale, he'd seemed completely normal. Not a single external wound in sight. Hurriedly, I sent my spiritual energy into his heart meridian and, just as I'd suspected, found the problem. His spiritual energy at that meridian was out of control, tangled into a chaotic knot, and it was showing signs of rebounding against his own soul. 42 Having found the issue, I directly manipulated my spiritual energy to unblock his meridians, then began slowly channeling and guiding his runaway energy, bit by bit. Perhaps because of the life and death bond between us, his body offered no resistance to my interference. Guiding scattered spiritual energy with external force was one thing, but solving the problem of soul backlash was another matter entirely. When a soul suffers backlash, forcibly intervening from the outside could, at best, leave him an imbecile for life, and at worst, scatter his soul entirely. Generally speaking, as long as a soul is strong enough, It's difficult for backlash to occur. Lu Hai was resilient by nature and extraordinarily gifted. Cultivation had always come easily to him, and his body's ability to recover was exceptional. Even when injured, he should never have been weakened to this extent that I simply couldn't understand how he'd been taken by backlash. That's right. His health was always excellent. He only fell mildly ill once a year at the winter's arrival. And counting the days, today wasn't that day. When was the start of winter this year, anyway? Yesterday. No wonder. 43 Truly. Misfortunes never come singly. There was no other way now. Waiting for him to wake up on his own seemed hopeless. I would have to enter his consciousness and lend him a hand. After casually setting up a protective ward around the room, I slipped into Lu Hai's consciousness without much difficulty. Unlike his burning body, his consciousness was tranquil and peaceful, clear. Skies, a gentle breeze on my face, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers. But this scene felt oddly familiar. Looking far to the east, sure enough, I spotted a thatched hut swaying unsteadily in the wind. This was the very same countryside where Lu Hai and I had lived all those years ago. The reason I'd nearly failed to recognize it was that his consciousness had beautified it considerably. For instance, the place we actually lived was all withered grass and dead trees, with no scent of flowers to speak of. At noon, the sun beat down so harshly it would blister your skin. Every so often, a gust of wind would blow through, carrying yellow sand. The lazy sparrows often plucked straw from our eaves to build their nests, and liked to drop in uninvited to steal food. Thinking back on those days of scrambling to snatch our food from the beaks of sparrows, I let out a long, quiet sigh. 44 Since this consciousness realm was built from memories of the past, I easily found where Lu Hai was. That he was sitting by the pool, washing rice with meticulous precision. That I circled around in front of him, intending to lead him out directly. But to my dismay, he seemed completely unable to see me. I'd never entered anyone's consciousness before and had no idea how things worked in here. Anxiety drove me to pace frantically around him. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he raised his head. Following his gaze into the distance, I saw another me, ambling leisurely back, two fish dangling from my hand. Their tails still flopping. The smile rose in the young man's eyes. Then, as if nothing had happened, he lowered his head and went back to washing the rice, utterly focused. When I approached and handed him the fish, he took them with a blank face and said nothing. I naturally flopped down onto the nearby rocking chair, watching as the young man's knife rose and fell, efficiently cleaning the fresh fish. Watching this, I felt a pang of shame. Back then, I really shouldn't have always taken the easy way out, and just kept catching fish. At the very least, I should have occasionally hunted a wild chicken or rabbit or something to vary our meals. Then Lu Hai wouldn't have developed such an attachment to fish. 45 In a consciousness realm, the reversal of day and night, the flow of time. All of it was under Lu Hai's sole control. Generally speaking, what lingers here are the things that leave the deepest impressions. But Lu Hai clearly couldn't be measured by the usual standards. His consciousness, so far, contained nothing but the plain and the tedious. Day after day, I watched him rise and follow his routine, 3 times a day, chopping firewood, lighting the stove, cooking, training, day in, day out, unperturbed by wind or rain, without a single break. Whether he found contentment in it, I didn't know, but I was genuinely withering. That I clawed at my hair. Lu Hai didn't seem like an overly sentimental person, so how could his consciousness realm be so endlessly, tediously repetitive? I'd already been trapped here for dozens of days and nights, and I still hadn't figured out a way to bring Lu Hai out unharmed. That I needed a turning point. A moment that could wake him. I in my agonized waiting. That day finally arrived when Lu Hai's life stirred with a ripple. 46 that day, when Lu Hai came back, he paused at the courtyard gate, his brow furrowing slightly. Then, revealing nothing, he walked inside and began his established routine of chopping wood, lighting the stove, cooking, training. Everything was as usual, except that his expression grew darker and darker as time passed. At dusk, he stood leaning against the door with his arms folded, his dark eyes occasionally casting what seemed like casual glances into the distance, as if waiting for someone. That's when I finally sensed something was off, that me hadn't appeared all day. That I searched inside and out, and indeed, there was no sign of me anywhere. He stood silently by the door the entire night, his expression unreadable, but I couldn't tell if it was the cold night dew or something else. I felt a persistent chill. The next day, two figures in matching plain robes approached from afar. Judging by the style of their clothes, they were disciples of Chinchio Gate. The younger one walked, while sighing and complaining. Senior sister really is unreliable. She sends us to find someone but only gives us a vague direction, and she can't even describe what the person looks like. We've been searching on our swords all night. I haven't slept a wink, haven't found anyone, and now my spiritual energy's completely drained. How are we supposed to get back? The other disciple, the taller one, replied mildly. You can't blame senior sister. Her sense of direction has never been good. Giving even a general direction is already quite an effort for her. Let's just hope the direction she gave this time isn't backwards. 47 The younger disciple's face twisted in dismay. Backwards? Senior sister's actually given backwards directions before. The taller disciple nodded with a pained expression. Heaven help us. The younger disciple groaned helplessly. Then if we can't find this person, how will we report back? Don't tell me we'll have to fast in seclusion, facing the wall again. The taller disciple, however, remained composed and said calmly, Don't panic. If this were truly an important errand, someone like senior sister, a direct disciple, would have been sent. The fact that they dispatched us means it's not that crucial. We'll just report back truthfully. At this, the younger disciple relaxed a little, but still frowned. But I heard the person we're looking for is the sole disciple of the uncle master who just returned to the mountain. The taller disciple replied flatly, Just a lay disciple. He hasn't even undergone the formal apprenticeship ceremony at Chinchio Gate. Even if we find him and bring him back, they'll probably just assign him to the outer sect as an ordinary disciple. Besides, now that Uncle Master has returned to the mountain, she'll take on disciples with better aptitude in the future. The youngest disciple nodded, convinced. That's right, that's good. Then, suddenly, his expression brightened. He cried out, Hey, senior brother, look, there's a thatched hut up ahead. Maybe. The disciple he called senior brother extended his divine sense to scan ahead, his face unchanged. I probed with divine sense. Nobody inside. It's probably abandoned. Hearing this, I turned to look and, sure enough, Lu Hai had cast an invisibility seal on himself. No wonder those two disciples didn't detect him. 48 Seeing his junior brother's fallen look, the senior disciple patted him on the shoulder in consolation and added, Let's search in the opposite direction, just to be safe. The younger disciple's face crumpled with misery. Didn't you say this person isn't important, senior brother? Even if he's unimportant, the sect has given us orders, so we still have to do our best. If we still can't find him, we'll go back and admit our mistake. The voices of the two Chinchio Gate disciples gradually faded into the distance. Last, I recalled. This was the year I'd been tied up and dragged back to Chinchio Gate by their high and mighty ways on the Xingdong Road. Turning my head, I saw that Lu Hai was already sitting down against the doorframe, his gaze deep and unreadable, but I couldn't guess what he was thinking. But putting myself in his shoes, although I'm well up in years, and should by all reasoning have long since cut my heartstrings from the mortal world, hearing over and over that I don't matter would probably still sting a little. Lu Hai wasn't even 20 yet. Oh, I stood quietly beside him, waiting for him to settle his own mind. After all, that kind of thing you just have to work through yourself. Who would have thought that waiting would stretch into 3 whole days. 49 like a stone statue. Lu Hai sat against the door for 3 full days that I never knew his comprehension was this bad. Something this trivial, and he needed 3 days to get over it. The world doesn't revolve around any one person. Without you, the sun still rises in the east and sets in the west that we all think we're so important. But the truth is we're all just ordinary. 3 days later, Lu Hai raised one hand. A small flame danced at his fingertip. With a casual, backward toss, he flung the flame onto the thatched roof. I watched the fire spread inch by inch, easily feeding on the dry breeze, and before long, it blazed skyward. The young man stood up as if nothing had happened and turned, expressionless, to look back at the flames. The crimson firelight reflected on his utterly ordinary face, lending it an eerie, uncanny beauty that I caught a faint glimpse of a dark crimson demon mark, flickering in and out of existence at his forehead. My heart lurched. Could it be that, even back then, the seeds of his fall to the demonic path had already been sown? 50, it was only a straw hut. After all. In less than half a day, the fire reduced it to flying ash. Lu Hai left without a backward glance that I followed close behind. A drop of water landed on my face out of nowhere, and I realized it had started raining. Logically, everything within this sea of divine consciousness should be illusory. So why did this rain feel so real? The cold sensation, the faint, almost imperceptible sting on my skin. It was far too real. Even my mood sank without my noticing that Lu Hai seemed oblivious, trudging through the rain for a long time until he reached a town. The scene shifted, and then clouds cleared and rain stopped. The streets bustled with people. The head of an acrobatic troupe grabbed hold of a handsome, plainly dressed young gentleman and said, "Since you're here looking for work, young master, I'm short of hands if you come with us. 5 taels of silver a month." That young gentleman frowned. "Are you saying you want me to perform chest-smashing boulders?" His voice was cool and crisp, oddly familiar. 51 I stepped closer for a look. It was me. Back when I'd transformed my female appearance into a male one and gone into town to earn a small fortune, never expecting to catch the eye of a troupe master recruiting acrobats. That me kept frowning and, without waiting for the troupe master's reply, blurted out, "Forget it, impossible." Before the troupe master's hopeful expression could fade, I pointed at the nearby Lu Hai and continued, "Did I raise my disciple for nothing? Let him do it." The troupe master looked Lu Hai up and down, fine features and clear eyes, and replied, "This young gentleman isn't as handsome as you. Though it fits him, I'll give 2 taels of silver a month." Huh. The moment I heard that, it was the last straw. Blatant discrimination. Glaring indignantly, rolling up my sleeves, I launched into a heated protest. "That's appearance discrimination. Can we do 4 taels?" 52 in the end. After bargaining back and forth between me and the troupe master, I sold Lu Hai for 3 taels a month, with room and board included. I even made the master advance 10 days' wages. Holding the 1 tael of silver in my hand and weighing it, I pulled the silent Lu Hai out from behind the troupe master. "Forget it, I can't bear to part with him." The other me returned the tale of silver and walked off on her own, never noticing Lu Hai lifting his head to look at her, eyes suddenly bright with a startling light. Seeing this, my heart was a tangle of emotions. This was nothing more than a small interlude, long forgotten in my memories, that I'd always assumed he didn't care, that I'd thought all he wanted was food to fill his belly and clothes to cover his body, and that as for where he was or whom he was with, he was indifferent. After all, he always wore that blank expression, never spoke much, and looked so docile and content with the status quo. 53. I was still lost in my tangled thoughts when, without my noticing, the scene around me had already changed. That in the end, he did go back and wait for me after all. Now he was sitting on scorched earth, arms wrapped around my waist, head bowed, muttering sullenly under my interrogation. It caught fire. I can see that. Lightning strike. The other me didn't comment. The me over here? From my vantage point, I could see perfectly his lowered head and the corner of his mouth curving upward. That I heard him ask, as if the thought had just occurred to him, "Will Master take any other disciples in the future?" No, of course not. Being carefree is wonderful. Why on earth would I go out of my way to raise a boss character? The hidden curve of his lips deepened even more. It was only later that I learned Lu Hai's comprehension truly was abysmal. He'd figured out long ago not only that the world didn't depend on any one person, but also that nobody couldn't live without somebody else. Yet he still insisted on waiting for a person who might never return. 54. Scene after scene flashed before my eyes. Me, chasing after Pei Yu with my gaze. I remembered how, ever since Lu Hai and I returned to Chinchou Gate, and he put on the Chinchou Gate uniform, combined with his utterly forgettable passers-by aura, I easily lost track of him. It wasn't just him. Actually, inside Chinchou Gate, apart from the male lead who stood out like a crane among chickens with that towering magpie tail crown of his, I couldn't find anyone who lacked a special identifying marker. Because I really am face blind, that I never felt my face blindness caused me any inconvenience. Before going back to Cloudblow Mountain, it was just Lu Hai and me. There was no one else I needed to bother remembering. Once I was on Cloudblow Mountain, anytime something happened, I'd just search the crowd for the tallest hair crown. That was definitely Pei Yu in a power fantasy male protagonist novel. Once you find the male lead, is there anything that can't be resolved? But watching the growing darkness in Lu Hai's eyes in these scenes, my gut told me he was overthinking again. This whole disaster was triggered by face blindness, wasn't it? After listlessly watching frame after frame of Pei Yu's world-class beauty, the scenes finally changed again. 55. Warm sunlight, thickets of trees, lush grasses. Not an environment I recognized. That I wasn't sure exactly how much time had passed, but judging by the Chinchou Gate uniform Lu Hai was wearing, this should still be during our time on Cloudblow Mountain. Lu Hai made short work of a rampaging demonic cultivator, sheathing his sword with practiced ease, then suddenly stumbled and let out a stifled grunt. Out of the dense forest stepped a person, clad all in red, black hair, red lips, with a face as beautiful as a woman's. What's wrong? Can't suppress the demonic chi anymore. But the voice was that of a man. This male with female appearance character felt familiar, like something I'd seen before, but before I could rack my brain, Lu Hai already named him. Demon Lord Qifeng. That's right, the master of Sunluo Hall, one of the 9 halls of the demon realm. Qifeng. 3 years ago, while studying formation diagrams in Chinchou Gate's library, I'd accidentally flipped through a compendium of prominent demon realm figures jointly compiled by the great sections. I had leafed through it out of idle curiosity. The man-woman-looking Chi Feng had been prominently listed. Point 56. The demon realm is jointly ruled by 9 halls, and the 9 hall masters vie for the position of demon lord. By strength. A few years ago, as soon as Chi Feng broke his seal, he challenged 8 halls in succession and legitimately inherited the seat of Master of Meirong Sunluo Hall, earning instant fame. He was widely acknowledged among cultivation sects as the demonic cultivator most likely to succeed as the next demon lord. Now running into Chi Feng, Lu Hai looked to be in bad shape, that I was wondering how he'd gotten out of this predicament back then when Chi Feng, who'd been perfectly composed a moment earlier, rushed up to him, his expression dark. "I'm your uncle." Lu Hai had already sat down cross-legged, as if preparing to meditate and regulate his breathing. Hearing this, he gave Chi Feng a dismissive sidelong glance and replied coolly, "I have no mother. Where would I get an uncle?" Chi Feng froze. Then he fixed his gaze firmly on Lu Hai. "You still blame her?" Although phrased as a question, his tone was certain that Lu Hai closed his eyes and ignored him completely, clearly unwilling to engage. Point 57, but Chi Feng acted as if he couldn't read Lu Hai's expression at all. Settling down beside him to guard his meditation, he started muttering, "What do you think Chuyin Mountain is? A sacred immortal domain. Do you think a demon can just come and go as he pleases? And besides..." Only then did I realize Lu Hai hadn't fallen into the demonic path because of some inner demon. He had been a demon from the start. The reason he gave off no demonic aura was twofold. First, his mother had sealed him inside a mortal body. Second, he had never cultivated any demonic arts. In truth, there might be a third reason. My cultivation was simply too low to perceive it, but I would never admit that. This Chi Feng was, by all appearances, a chatterbox, perfectly capable of carrying on a conversation all by himself. If you stay on Shuiyun Mountain any longer, not only will your mortal shell be unable to bear it, but your very soul will be devoured by the demonic energy growing within you day by day. Right now you can suppress it with your cultivation, but what about later? You are the descendant of demons. As you mature, the demonic energy around you will only increase, never decrease. And with your mind as unsettled as it is now, how much longer can you hold it back? You know perfectly well that blocking is not as good as channeling. Why not come back with me to Sunluo Hall? Your talent is so exceptional. 58. Lu Hai finished regulating his breathing, rose with a hand braced on his sword, and strode directly ahead. Chi Feng rose at once as well. Seeing that unmoved back, his expression darkened, and he raised his voice in a shout. "Sooner or later, your identity will be impossible to hide." Lu Hai's steps faltered. Chi Feng pressed on. "When that day comes, what will the world think of Chunshu's sect? That they're harboring a demon? And what will they think of that little girl? Raising a devil." "Little girl, me?" I silently estimated Chi Feng's age. "Fine, you're older." Lu Hai came to a stop, his back still turned, and answered in a low voice, "They don't know." Chi Feng gave a scornful laugh. "Even if I believed that, do you really think anyone else would?" Then his expression turned grave. "Why not come back now, while there's still time? Let them think you were consumed by inner demons and fell into the demonic path. That way, Chunshu's sect won't be condemned by all, and that girl won't be utterly ruined. If you can't bear to part with her, this lord will just snatch her back for you." Chin, the aforementioned girl herself, watched the demon lord with a subtle expression as he laid plans to pack her right up and carry her off. "Fine, you're stronger. You win." 59. Suddenly, a pulse of spiritual energy rippled inward from outside, making me stumble half a step. It was the warning from my barrier. Someone was coming that if the barrier were forcibly broken, neither Lu Hai's body nor mine would have any protection left. That I hastily withdrew my spiritual power and exited Lu Hai's mindscape. I had barely steadied myself when the barrier was kicked to pieces with a single blow, the air undulating twice, silent and invisible, that a barrier I'd formed with 70% of my power, and it had withstood no more than 2 kicks from him. That I looked at the newcomer, robed all in red, fair-skinned and beautiful. Who else but the demon Lord Chi Feng? Though I'd glimpsed him once inside Lu Hai's divine consciousness, I was still momentarily stunned by those delicately sculpted, striking features. Where's that brat? Didn't he say yesterday he'd come to me to have his injuries treated? Does he think that just because his skin is patched up, the wound is fine? His booming voice instantly yanked me back to reality. I turned his words over. Lu Hai had returned from Yaoi Cliff and gone to see him first? If that was true, then he must trust him a great deal. 60, but to be absolutely certain, I had to confirm. Yesterday, did the demon lord examine Ahai's injuries? Chi Feng looked me up and down with open disdain. Bah! What examination? I barely managed to stitch his hide back together. And you, little girl, are you looking down on this lord? How did he jump to that conclusion? A twitch tugged at my mouth. That I didn't get this demon lord's train of thought at all. Still, I was largely convinced he was indeed related to Lu Hai by blood. The way he jumped to conclusions was just too similar. Was that a family trait? Speculation whirled through my mind, and I composed myself and bowed. In that case, surely the demon lord has a way to resolve the backlash on his soul? Chi Feng folded his arms and lifted his chin. Of course. I beseech the demon lord to help him. Why should I save him? 61. Where did this come from? Weren't you here to save him? Your very first line gave it away. Did you really think you were hiding it that well? But could I say any of that? Absolutely not. I tried appealing to his emotions. You're his family, he trusts you deeply. So what? He has no regard for his own life anyway. As he spoke, he deliberately scrutinized my expression, as if to say, let's see what else you've got. Why did my face feel a little hot? He throws his life away time and again. Am I just supposed to exhaust my heart and mind and strength for him every single time? Time and again. What do you mean? He shifted his gaze away crossly and retorted, voice dripping with sarcasm. Don't you know who it's all for? I've always considered myself quick with words, but he had me completely tongue-tied. After a silence, I forced the words out with difficulty. Before now, I didn't know the feelings he had for me. And now, 62, I will never betray him. A huff came from Chi Feng's nose. He finally uncrossed his arms, produced a fist-sized orb from somewhere, and tossed it to me carelessly. A little gift, he said, his expression impatient. I accepted the orb with solemnity. It was a memory orb. It could reproduce its caster's memories. Chi Feng glanced at me and rambled on. Watch it when you have time. This lord is sick to death of all your endless, hemming and hawing fuss. He walked toward Lu Hai as he spoke and probed his body with demonic energy. You opened his meridians? I followed beside him and nodded, smiling ruefully. A desperate measure. Humph. I couldn't tell what that humph meant. Fine. Sorry for interrupting. I'll be quiet now. 63. The backlash on his soul comes from 2 things. First, the demonic energy is eating away at his mortal flesh. Second, his mind is unstable during cultivation. Then what can be done? Chi Feng's expression, unusually solemn, sank into gravity. I will help him fully awaken his demon bloodline and reshape his demonic body, but that will only solve the first problem. And the second? To untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it. As he said this, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on me. I froze. then uncertainly pointed at myself. Me? Who else do you think makes his mind so unstable during cultivation? Once again, words failed me. Go watch the memory orb. Driven out by Chi Feng, I simply sat down at the door, treating it as standing guard for him. That I took out the memory orb, gently brushed a palm over its surface, and poured in spiritual power. Amid ripples of swaying energy, frame after frame of images began to appear before my eyes. 60, for they were all from Chi Feng's perspective. After breaking free of his seal, Chi Feng followed the familiar demonic aura to Lu Hai, the foot of the mountain gate. Lu Hai suppressed the demonic energy inside him and, face expressionless, wiped the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, flatly refusing Chi Feng's words about bringing him back to the demon realm. Chi Feng sneaked up Chuyun Mountain and saw Lu Hai sitting obediently on a meditation cushion while I tied up his hair. The moment Lu Hai sensed Chi Feng's presence, he shot him a warning glare, a stare full of lethal danger, completely at odds with the docile, well-behaved look he'd worn only a moment before. Sometimes Chi Feng would conceal himself and trail Lu Hai in secret, whispering malicious, teasing taunts right into his ear, then watch with glee as Lu Hai's face instantly paled. Until, that is, Lu Hai really did return with him to the demon realm. It all stemmed from a wagered. Lu Hai was finding it harder and harder to control the demonic energy within his body. That day, Chi Feng seized the moment and made a bet with him. Don't you want to know whether she'll still treat you the same once she finds out you've become a demon? He countered. Through the memory orb, I saw the flicker of turmoil and distraction that crossed Lu Hai's face in that moment. Truly, no one who becomes a demon lord is simple. That he had only observed Chi Feng for 2 months, yet he had effortlessly seized upon his fatal weak point. 65 I remembered. After Lu Hai entered the demon realm, I had done everything I could to avoid him, clinging to the principle that righteousness and demonism cannot stand together, especially since he was the villainous boss. So, from his point of view, he must have thought he lost that bet. In the images, he was already in a state of uncontrolled demonic energy. Chi Feng knocked him out with a palm strike, spat a useless, and decided to muster troops to invade Chuyun Mountain. A few days later, the demon army camped at the foot of Chuyun Mountain at the time. I thought Lu Hai had ordered it, so I went down the mountain specifically to stop them. After all, in the book, any villain who challenged the hero never came to a good end. Did Master come for the sake of Chinshu's sect? Of course. I nodded. I remember Lu Hai gave an uncharacteristically cold laugh. Master hasn't been to the demon realm yet, has she? Since you're here today, how about a visit? How about absolutely not? Of all the places to sightsee, why would I pick the demon realm? But before I could answer, everything went black. When I woke, I was in Sunluo Hall, watching Lu Hai send Peiyu scrambling in every direction. Then, quite satisfied, I stabbed myself. That time I hadn't noticed, of course, that the amused expression on Lu Hai's face, the one he wore while easily sparring with Peiyu, had drained of all color in an instant. He was at my crumpled body in a flash, his face a portrait of grief and unwillingness. 66 inch. What are you doing? Chi Feng burst through the door, his startled and furious question ringing out. Completely focused, Lu Hai drew an array around me. He answered succinctly. Soul summoning. Of course I can see you're trying to summon a soul. What I'm asking is. Chi Feng's eyes went wide as he pressed on. Are you planning to offer yourself as the sacrifice? Lu Hai finally turned his head to look at Chi Feng. His eyes gleamed with a crazed obsession, but his expression was unexpectedly gentle and serene. Softly, he said, she has always been kind. If she comes back and finds out I've taken innocent lives, she'll blame me. It was the first time I'd ever heard him speak so tenderly, as if he had become a different person. If you could ignore the mad, luminous fire in his gaze, Chi Feng, unsurprisingly, let loose a string of curses. Damn it all. I must have racked up a hell of a lot of terrible karma to be stuck with you too, mother and son. Half my life gone cleaning up your messes. Hell's bells. Were you both put on this earth just to be the death of me? I'm a goddamn saint. First the older one seals me away. I break the seal through 1,000 torments. And now I've got to pour my heart out worrying about the younger one. A genuine saint. That's me. Tui. Humans are disgusting. All the more reason I must be a saintly demon. 67. Seeing that Lu Hai remained utterly unrepentant, Chi Feng went on railing. So this is why you wanted to marry a corpse. You had this plan all along. When you stirred up a bloody storm through the demon realm just to marry her, even burning a whole demon palace and its demon generals. Did I interfere? Did I stop you? Is this how little you trust me? If my divine sense hadn't detected that massive surge of spiritual power today, would you have just silently scattered your soul here without a trace? And if she did revive, what use would it be then? With one slap, I could send her right to your side in the afterlife. Lu Hai froze for a moment. Then, at last, he moved, kneeling straight before Chi Feng. Uncle, this is my only remaining obsession. After I go, I beg you to send her back safely to the House of Dawnstars. He kowtowed 3 times. Chi Feng's eyes turned red. All his earlier fury extinguished, he said ruefully, I don't know who you take after. Not your mother, and not that man either. 68. Only then did I learn why the life-death contract had nearly been lost. It wasn't simply because casting it was perilous and offered the practitioner nothing but harm, nor just because it was hard to break. Strictly speaking, it nearly disappeared because it is so difficult to form. The art of resurrecting the dead. How seductive it is. People across the world would flock to it. Yet despite that, it had almost faded from existence, which hints at just how dangerous it must be. I watched Chi Feng, livid, transmit the method for forming the contract to Lu Hai. For 2 weeks straight, Lu Hai cut his flesh and shed blood every day to lay the contract array, then lay pale-faced on the bedside, enduring the pain of his life meridian being drained. Whenever his spirit improved a little, he would laboriously crawl onto the bed, lie on his side, and wrap his arms around my body, murmuring docilely, Please come back. I won't force you anymore. You can be with whoever you like. I won't make any more bets. Whatever pleases you, I'll deliver it to you. Sometimes he would threaten fiercely. If you dare leave, I'll drag him down with you. Don't you like him? I'll make sure he dies a terrible death. But more often, the fight would drain out of him, and he'd plead timorously. Chin Ching. Ching, Master. Just come back, and I'll do everything you ask. I'll follow your every wish. Come back. Hai will be good. I swear I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Through Chi Feng's eyes, this Lu Hai bore no resemblance to that ordinary, indifferent disciple of the House of Dawnstars. 69. Hearing Chi Feng's call from inside the room, I put away the bead, withdrew the barrier, hastily wiped my tear-streaked face, and silently cast a cleansing spell on myself. Then I went in to thank him. But perhaps my expression wasn't quite as composed as I'd thought, because when Chi Feng looked at me, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes before he turned away. He said, offhandedly, Go on. That kid is waiting for you. I thanked him again and was about to leave when I heard him sigh, as if almost without thinking, You're different from them, too. The words came out of nowhere. I paused, not catching who them was, and the sigh was so light it dissolved into the air in an instant. I thought it was just my imagination. How could a forthright, proud demon lord ever let out such a sigh. He left by himself that I gathered my thoughts and entered the room. The person on the bed had hair like ink cascading down, skin pale as frost, a bewitching, otherworldly beauty. He resembled not a demon so much as a fairy, especially when he looked over, eyes smiling, bright as stars, the crimson mark on his forehead echoing the scarlet of his pupils. Faintly soul dash stirring, my heart skipped a beat, and I stopped in my tracks. Is this your true appearance? Ah, then I can't keep calling him Lu Hai, can I? A face and aura like this. Calling him some nameless extra would be doing him a grievous injustice. 70, he leaned against the headboard and nodded lightly. Then his gaze shifted, and his eyes instantly darkened. Who made Master's eyes wet? I stood frozen. When it hit me, my face burned hot, and I could only stammer, no one. He propped himself up on one arm, trying to straighten his posture, his expression darkening further. Master's eyes say otherwise. I saw how his body wobbled, on the verge of collapse, and hurried forward to support him. He actually leaned into me, wrapped his arms tightly around my waist, tilted his head, and asked in a hoarse voice devoid of joy or anger, "Is it because of Peiyu?" I stroked his long hair and sighed, then answered honestly, Hi, I've never had any romantic feelings toward Peiyu. That was the absolute truth. The hero of a power fantasy novel is destined to hold the realm sober and lie drunk on beauty's laps. Let alone me. Any modern woman would have to be out of her mind to fall for such a male lead. But I had clearly underestimated how deep Lu Hai's misunderstanding ran. Master, you don't need to comfort me. Hai is already very content. By the last few words, his voice was faintly trembling. 71, I reached back to try and loosen his grip, only to find his hands tightening even more around me. My heart fluttered, and I gave up struggling. Helplessly, I said, the one I've always cared about most is Hai. I felt his body go rigid. He asked, quavering, Master isn't lying to me this time? My heart softened. I answered with utter certainty. No, really? Really? At last, he released the hands clasped around me. He lifted his head and stared at me, holding his breath. I am a demon. Huh. My mind stalled. My mother is Moran. I guessed as much. Moran. That name I knew. Her name ranked even before Chi Fang's in the record of great figures of the demon realm. She was the former master of Sunluo Hall and co-ruler of the demon realm. Chi Fang's elder sister, a beauty beyond compare, matchless in her age, skilled in the arts of shifting voice and visage, a master of manipulating hearts. Lu Hai still gazed at me without blinking. She died together with your mother. His expression was so intense, as if one word from me would make him fall to pieces. 72, I had never known that my nominal mother had perished along with the demon realm's co-ruler. In a wonder the old sect master had spoken those words before departing. Watching Lu Hai's face grow ever more strained, I suddenly understood. This was the knot in his heart that had driven him from Cloud-Swept Mountain. But I've always believed that the grudges of the previous generation should not be shouldered by the next. I gathered my thoughts for a moment, then spoke carefully. Moran is Moran, and Hai is a Hai, and no matter what Moran did, Hai shouldn't be held accountable for it. He seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. His tense body relaxed all at once, and his eyes brightened unconsciously, as if a galaxy of stars had been scattered there. Softly, he said, the one I've always liked best is Master, too. Itching. As he spoke, he turned his head aside, the tips of his ears flushing crimson. I couldn't resist. I leaned in and pressed a light kiss to them. When I came back to myself and met that deep, intense gaze right in front of me, It hit me all at once. I sighed inwardly. As expected of the son of the peerlessly beautiful Moran, I hadn't been able to hold back. Point 73. Lu Hai's eyes grew deeper and deeper. He stared at me for a long while, then suddenly broke into a smile, like a flower blooming for an instant. Everything else lost its color. Unlike Chi Feng, whose male frame bore a womanly face, Lu Hai, though almost eerily beautiful, was a beautiful male Yaoguai. Brows and eyes like a painting, sideburns sharp as if cut with a knife. Even the phrase drunk jade toppling a mountain would pale before him. Smiling, the beauty asked, "A Qing likes this appearance?" I nodded. Of course, who doesn't appreciate a beautiful face? But something about the question felt off. My instincts prickled, and I quickly shook my head. In the blink of an eye, the beauty morphed into an ordinary, delicate face. Thin lips parted, and he asked, without a trace of emotion, "And this face? Does master like it?" I suddenly came to my senses that he thought I'd been bewitched by his looks. Yes, I'm fond of beauty, but I do have principles. Damn it. This I could not endure. I gently tilted his chin up, letting my gaze roam over his face until his expression grew darker and darker. Then I leaned down and pressed a light kiss to his pale, thin lips, and even secretly licked them. And, as expected, felt his body go rigid. Point 74. Humph. Now you know what I'm capable of. I figured that was enough teasing and started to pull back. But then I heard a slightly nasal chuckle from Lu Hai. I paused in a dizzying whirl. I found myself lying on the inner side of his bed. Damn. I let my guard down. He pinned half his body over mine, an arm locking around my waist, and I was about to roll and fight back, when a stifled, pained grunt escaped him as if by accident. I froze, remembering his injury, and resigned myself to being held. Seeing me helpless, he pressed a light kiss to the crown of my head and said softly, "I understand A Qing's feelings." If I had looked up then, I would have seen the tenderness in his eyes like water. I had no words to so this was what it meant to have hearts in tune. Without needing to spell it out, he already knew what was in mind. I never had to say that what I liked was a Hai himself, not any particular face or skin. Yet he told me he knew. How deeply must you know and love someone to read her heart so easily? But this was not my world. That I couldn't tell if that was my good fortune or my misfortune. Point 75. Noticing the sorrow in my expression, he tightened his arm around me and asked anxiously, "Master won't leave me now, will she?" I didn't know how to answer. I just tilted my head up with a smile and countered, "Does a Hai want me gone?" Then, feigning pitiful self-pity, I added, "A Hai is tired of me." His gaze darkened. "Master." Laughing, I brushed a light kiss against the corner of his mouth and changed the subject. "A Hai, that barrier over the dungeon. Shouldn't it be taken down? Shi Xiang has been away from the Chinsu sect for so long that I'm afraid Wake Winter won't be able to hold out." The storm in his eyes grew sharper. "HM?" I was quick to read the room, immediately amending, Pei Yu, it's Pei Yu." I admired his finely sculpted jawline, then shamelessly leaned in to kiss him again, honeyed voice, "Good A Hai." He turned his head away and coughed softly twice. "A Hai, your ears are red." The barrier is gone. 76 with Pei Yu's ability. Once the barrier Lu Hai had set over the dungeon was removed, coming and going would be easy. Watching the gorgeous flush spread across A Hai's cheeks, I burrowed my head deeper into his chest, closed my eyes, and pretended to doze. I'm so sleepy that A Hai should also rest well and recover. He had been distracted by my change of topic, and hearing this he didn't press further. I listened to his chaotic heartbeat. My thoughts tangled into a mess. Lu Hai, there is no way I will let you repeat the ending of the original book. That I didn't sleep a wink all night. At dawn, While Lu Hai was still asleep, I went to visit Chiefing that I stood at the door and knocked again and again, but no one answered. No one there, up here. I craned my neck and looked up to see Chiefing sitting on the roof, drinking beneath the moon, with a small table arranged by magic. I thought you'd have come a bit earlier. Sorry, I have nothing to say. Actually, I often find myself speechless in front of this demon, Lord. 77. I used to think that demonic cultivators all lived in caves, focused solely on training while waiting for a chance to unify the world, and wouldn't have so much leisure to build palaces and houses. But since coming to the demon realm, I realized there are just as many grand palaces and towers here as in the human world that I flew up onto the roof ridge and took a seat beside the table, voicing my curiosity. I always thought demons lived in caves, that I never expected the architecture here to be much more exquisite than the Chinsu sects. Chiefing was in the middle of pouring himself wine that he glanced at me and said, "We did indeed live in caves in the past." Oh, not curious? Am I allowed to be curious? He threw his head back and laughed, then raised his cup and drained it in one go, speaking toward the waning moon. You people are indeed different from them. I understood. This was the mood for a story. 78. Chiefing toyed with the empty cup, his tone light. She liked the human world very much. She, Mayorong, my sister. Everything here was built according to her wishes. He gestured with the cup toward the surrounding palaces to eye in Chiefing's memories. Mayorong was a beauty who lived flamboyantly. She was exceptionally gifted in demonic cultivation, hailed as a genius that came once in 100 generations. Had she advanced step by step, she would have been the undisputed choice for Demon Lord, perhaps even unifying the three realms. The fact that the three realms were still not united was proof enough that Mayorong was no step-by-step demon. She defied all norms, often sneaking out of the demon realm to explore the human world. After winning a challenge against the former lord of the Sunluo Hall, she actually gave up the right of succession and joined with a human man. But unexpectedly, the human man's use of her outweighed his sincerity. Later, she saw through his hypocrisy and deception, returned to the demon realm alone, fought the lord of Sunluo Hall again, and took over as demon lord. It was precisely at that time that she discovered she was pregnant. Unions between different races were already hard to conceive, and childbirth after 10 months was often near fatal. That to protect herself, Mayorong directly removed the fetus and placed a seal on it. Then why didn't she just get rid of it? I asked. Chiefing paused, holding the empty cup, then answered with an unreadable expression, "I don't know." That fetus was Lu Hai. He set the cup steadily onto the table, voice calm. Correct. 79. Then why was Lu Hai's seal later broken? Because my sister later suffered severe damage to her vital energy in a great battle and needed the blood of an immediate kin as an ingredient for medicine. Blood as medicine? Chiefing poured another cup and drained it in one go. Yes, a demon clan's secret art. Nourish chi with blood, consolidate the foundation and restore vitality. Mayorong had been deceived by a human man and was naturally unwilling to risk her life to bear his child, so she removed the fetus. Only when her vital energy was badly damaged and she needed kin's blood did she craft a body of flesh and blood for him to use. After all these years with Lu Hai, I had never asked, how did he live before the age of 13? Back then, I could tell his circumstances at our first meeting weren't good, and I didn't want to tear open old wounds that I only knew they were bad. I never imagined they could be this bad. From birth he was destined to be a discarded pawn. Mayorong never raised him. Once he had no more use, she simply left him to live or die on his OWNAS. If reading my thoughts, Chiefing tilted his empty cup toward the curved moon, as though fretting over how best to catch moonlight in a goblet, and said, "If that were truly all, then in a world where demons devour demons, how did he survive?" 80 hearing this, I actually grew angry and retorted with a thorny edge. Clearly the demon lord is also Meirong's immediate kin, yet she insisted on using Lu Hai for the medicine. If you count it, Meirong sacrificed Lu Hai for the demon lord's sake. It's only natural that you defend her now. I had assumed that with Qifeng's temperament, he'd at least give me a slap to teach me a lesson, or at least fire back with sarcasm. To my surprise, he simply set his cup down calmly and looked into the distance, voice flat. "That is true, but it's not merely a defense. Before my sister entered the survivor's array, she sent him to the human world and placed a concealing spell on his appearance." "It might not have been her," I countered. Qifeng smiled faintly, a smile stripped of his usual bravado and roughness, more like a beauty grieving alone under the moon. A glamour that can hide from the scrutiny of cultivators above the great vehicle stage. Aside from Demon Lord Meirong, who else could do it? I shot back. "You couldn't." For once, Qifeng didn't boast. "Me? I can fool you juniors, maybe, but someone of your father's level, no." My anger subsided a little, and I pondered aloud. She had long anticipated her own death. But why the survivor's array? 81 The survivor's array. Formation texts describe it as an array for beast fighting. Some immortal sects, in order to select the most combat-capable spirit beasts, would throw them into this array to battle each other until only one beast walked out alive. But almost no cultivator would willingly let an immortal cultivator or demonic cultivator enter this array, because apart from fighting according to the array's rules until only one remained, those with high spiritual power could also choose to flood the array with spiritual energy to break it. Ultimately, the array is controlled by the caster's spiritual energy. If the caster cannot withstand the spiritual pressure from those inside, they suffer backlash, light punishment being severed meridians and total loss of cultivation. Severe punishment being bleeding from all 7 apertures and obliteration of body and soul. So, to this day, I have never heard of any cultivator using the survivor's array to subdue demons. The method is far too risky. If one careless move falls short, wouldn't that mean the death of the body and dissipation of the Tao? Qifeng picked up the wine pitcher and gave me a surprised look. "I thought you knew." "Knew what?" "I must strongly request that the demon lord stop speaking in riddles. This is not the first time. I heard you left the Chinsu sect 10 years ago. That wasn't it because of that incident?" 10 years ago. That was precisely when my demon-vanquishing, Tao-defending mother, Wanhua, perished together with Meirong. Faced with a question from the family of the victim demon, should I admit it? He is an elder. After all, would lying to his face be bad? I instantly finished an internal battle of heaven and man in my mind and said awkwardly, "Ahem. Is the demon lord referring to how my mother and demon lord Meirong perished together?" Hearing this, Qifeng stopped his self-serving pour and shot me an unhappy sidelong glance, scorn dripping. "You people truly underestimate the once-in-100 generations genius of my demon clan. Perish together with my sister? You think too highly of yourselves." 82 Back then, the Chinsu sect's head used his own wife as bait to lure my sister into the arrayed To this day. Whenever I recall it, I must praise such a fine scheme and such nerve. I can't tell if that's praise. All I hear is mockery and sarcasm. Is that my problem? Or yours? A flash of inspiration hit me. So the survivor's array was a trap my father set for the previous demon lord using my mother? That's not how the story went before. And then, why? Hadn't it been said that the Chinshio sect leader and his wife were deeply in love, that after his wife, with righteous understanding, sacrificed herself to destroy the demonic path, he remained alone, never remarried, and then died of lovesickness, his path extinguished? In the survivors' array, there were only the two of them, said Chi Feng. As long as my sister died, Wan Hua could naturally come out unscathed. So the problem now was how to guarantee the one who died would definitely be Mei Rong. I couldn't help but wonder, how exactly did the previous demon lord die? Self-detonation. For a demon lord to self-detonate, the relationship between those two women had to be anything but simple. Chi Feng shook his wine flask, poured the last drop into the cup, and said, "Elder sister said she was her only friend." I knew it. Chi Feng held the wine flask suspended in the air. The moment he let go, the delicate silver vessel tumbled down the green tiles, clattering until it made my heart leap into my throat. Otherwise, just because you are the descendant of that hypocrite from the Chinchou sect, why do you think I tolerate you? Though his voice wasn't loud, I caught its intimidating edge that tonight's Chi Feng was vastly different from the one I'd seen before. I forced a dry laugh. Heh, Demon Lord, please be magnanimous. The more I thought about it, the more chilling it became. Truly worthy of being a sect leader, he had played a masterful game. And I had never expected that Mei Rong would be such a contradictory demon. She could die for a friend, yet coldly demand that Lu Hai be made into her medicine. All of you great figures. Your brains are sick, but this scheme clearly left out Chi Feng. The fact that he could spare me because of Mei Rong's help to Lu Hai showed how deep his feelings for her ran, if he had known. The old sect leader's plot back then, he would have done everything to stop Mei Rong from risking herself. Had Chi Feng interfered, the old leader might never have succeeded as so. Why didn't he stop it? Because he didn't know? Impossible. An event that huge, spanning the immortal and demon worlds. Even if he hadn't known in advance, he would have figured it out when Mei Rong left the demon realm alone. Though Chi Feng came across as rough and blunt, after more contact I realized he was actually very perceptive. When it came to Mei Rong, he would have been the most concerned of all. So, was he simply not by her side at the time? Where was the demon lord then? Chi Feng calmly finished the last cup of wine and said evenly, I was sealed. Who could seal the demon lord? I asked in surprise. Mei Rong. Good heavens. What did the demon lord do? There had to be a reason. Though Mei Rong's reputation wasn't good, she was definitely not unreasonable. Chi Feng rose to his feet. Moonlight draped a misty white gauze over his crimson robes. Then I heard him say, I shattered that man's soul. His tone was as offhand as if he were remarking that he'd had an extra half cup of wine. Completely indifferent. Shattering a soul was a monumental act. And he just said it like that. I was speechless. Chi Feng flung the wine cup from his hand, and before the silver cup hit the ground, it disintegrated into a cloud of powder in the air. Truly a demon from the same family. Even their method of destroying tableware was so similar. He looked down at me from above, shook out the hem of his robe, and declared loudly, What are you staring at? That man cost Mei Rong half her cultivation. I let him live out his natural lifespan before I scattered his 3 ethereal and 7 corporeal souls. Am I still not damn kind enough? Shattering someone's soul directly, leaving not even a chance for reincarnation. Probably only this demon lord could call that kind. Still, Chi Feng's blustering, cursing manner finally let me breathe easy. I looked up at him. The previous demon lord sealed you over this? Was it revenge for that man? My intuition told me Mei Rong was not someone so entangled in romantic feelings that she would lose all sense of priority. More or less, it was a job I did secretly under cover of dark and windy night. Mei Rong didn't know about it at the time. Then the major cultivation sects hunted me all the way to the demon realm, and Mei Rong stopped them. That's when it came out. Later, Mei Rong personally sealed me and swore that as long as she reigned as Demon Lord, the Demon Clan would never cross the border. Though Chi Feng spoke lightly, one could imagine the bloody storm at the time that Tio protect him. Mei Rong must have used threats, bribes, and everything in between against the major sections otherwise. Unending enmity would have benefited no one that I understood all that. But why did all the major sects pursue you? Who exactly was the man whose soul you shattered? The Emperor of Song. No wonder. Only you'd no wonder he said he was already very kind. If the ruler of a kingdom died suddenly, the court would surely fall into turmoil. Either an internal power struggle or external enemies pressing the borders, or both. But whether internal or external, it would be the common people who suffered, by waiting until the emperor died a natural death and power was smoothly transitioned. Even if that emperor's soul was shattered, it posed no great harm to the nation. Thinking of this, I couldn't help casting a few extra glances at Chi Feng. Suddenly, a realization struck me. So that's when Mei Rong suffered that devastating injury? Chi Feng nodded in silence. Thinking of it this way, everything Mei Rong had done in her life, she had been worthy of Chi Feng, worthy of Ruan Hua, and even, in a manner of speaking, worthy of the Song Emperor. She had been deceived by him back then, yet never took his life to vent private anger. With her cultivation and talent, overturning heaven and earth in the human realm would have been nothing, but she didn't. She simply returned to the demon realm alone. The only person she owed was Lu Hai. Chi Feng probably thought so as well, which was why, despite his normally reckless nature, he showed such protection, forbearance, and patience toward Lu Hai that we both understood this without speaking it aloud. So there was no need to spell it out. I changed the subject. By the way, how do you know so many things when you've been sealed? The truth of Mei Rong's death is practically a secret of the three realms. Chi Feng slanted a glance at me. Why else would I say you're a snot-nosed brat, while I am a grand, mighty, earth-shattering, heaven-shaking, renowned far and wide, commanding the winds and clouds demon lord whose name resounds across the three realms? Okay, fine, I have nothing to say. Master, I was resting my chin, feeling frustrated, when that voice nearly scared my soul away. Lu Hai had appeared behind me at some point, looking at me with dark, brooding eyes. Master stays up so deep into the night just to have a secret rendezvous with the demon lord? The fact was indeed the fact, but the phrasing, wasn't it a little inappropriate? I have a very important matter. I'll take my leave first. Upon hearing this, Chi Feng came up with an utterly flimsy excuse and bolted, ignoring the fact that I was the weakest and most helpless among them. What happened to ascending heaven and earth, grand and mighty, renowned far and wide, commanding the winds and clouds, name resounding across the three realms? That's it? I tugged lightly at Lu Hai's plain white inner robe and looked up at him pitifully. Hey, hi. My legs are numb. Without a word, he bent down, swept me into his arms crosswise, and carried me toward the bedchamber, his face cold and rigid. I seized the chance to loop my arms around his neck. His long hair, chilled by the night air, felt cool to the touch that I rubbed a lock between my fingers, then gently rubbed his cold ear, my heart aching. The night is chilly. Next time, you're not allowed to run out in only your inner robe. If Master doesn't run out, I naturally won't run out, he said expressionlessly. I pinched his earlobe reddened by the cold. Helpless. You're still injured, don't be upset. Remembering his injuries, I asked carefully, your wounds, are you all right carrying me? I watched his eyes curve slightly as he answered, it's not all right. Alarmed, I struggled to get down. Then put me down quickly. His face suddenly flushed red. He tightened his arms and said stiffly, "Don't move." Back in the bedchamber, as soon as Lu Hai set me down, I scurried under the quilt, hugging the wall and curling into a ball. Seeing this, Lu Hai said nothing, but he merely lifted the blanket, lay flat on the outer side, and closed his eyes to rest. Having been outside for a long time, his body radiated a deep chill, even though I wasn't close. It was easily felt under the same quilt. I twisted my body to scoot nearer and took hold of his icy right hand. He acted as if he didn't notice that I took the opportunity to channel spiritual energy into him to aid his recovery, yawning as I prepared to sleep. That I don't know how long it was, but just as I was drifting off, I suddenly heard him sigh softly. "Why are you always like this?" I had no energy left to ask what "like this" meant, and simply fell asleep. The next morning, when I woke, the daylight was already bright. Strangely, Lu Hai was still lying quietly beside me. That I guessed his injuries were severe and he needed rest, so I didn't disturb him. That I quietly got up, planning to make some medicinal kanji. But just as I reached the edge of the bed, my wrist was caught. "Where is Master going?" I followed the hand to see Lu Hai's face tinged with sorrow, though his eyes were clear. "I'm going to make you some kanji." Lu Hai stubbornly held my hand and replied decisively, "No need." I reached out and stroked his satiny long hair, coaxing, "But I want to." "Lie still. I'll be right back." He pressed his lips together and released my hand. "Come back soon." I had just reached the door when he called out again, "Does Master dislike me very much?" I turned back with a smile. "No, then why does Master always think of leaving a high?" "Not at all. How could that be?" "Peiyu sent you a letter last night," Lu Hai said. "He says he has found a way to dissolve the life and death contract." That I read it. He stared at me with an unervingly direct gaze. The smile froze on my face. Inwardly, I cursed Peiyu 1,000 times over. Couldn't he have found a more secure way to send the message? Lu Hai also came from Chinchou sect. How could he not recognize the sect's communication spells? "Master, who are you cursing?" "Peiyu." Lu Hai raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Master, you should go. That I'd like to eat some kanji that you've made yourself. Just remember to come back soon." As he finished speaking, his eyes gradually grew shadowed. Why did I have this inexplicable feeling that something was off about him? **92***. Without delay, I hurried back to Mount Shueishan on my flying sword. The mountain was perilous and ethereal, its summit perpetually shrouded in cloud. That I slipped silently through the defensive wards set up by Chinchou sect and descended directly into the head sect leader's hall. After all, my current reputation isn't exactly stellar, so I absolutely could not make a grand entrance. Only Peiyu awaited me inside. He had clearly arranged things beforehand. Peiyu's brows were tightly knitted, his expression cold and severe. The moment he saw me, he rushed up and cut straight to the point. "You truly wish to dissolve the contract?" "Of course." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." "Good. That I will make the arrangements. That IT works perfectly with those old fools clamoring to convene the Demon-Subduing Assembly that will trick them into helping me set up the array." After returning to the mountain, Peiyu had tirelessly combed through ancient texts without sleeping day or night, and had finally devised a method that a soul-severing array nested inside a spirit suppression array. Used together, they could dissolve the life and death contract. In the spirit suppression array, all spirit energy is suppressed, and no matter how profound one's cultivation, anyone entering the array will lose all spirit power, and all spiritual connections between them will be severed. The soul-severing array, as its name suggests, will draw the soul out of the body upon entry, separating it from the physical form as long as a cultivator of higher power maintains the spirit suppression array. The soul-severing array can force the soul out, creating a chance to sever all externally formed contracts. However, Pei-Yu continued, this method will definitely separate the soul from the body of whoever enters the array. If their will is not strong enough, their soul may not be able to return after the contract is broken, and they will surely perish. 93. I'm not afraid that my will is remarkably strong, and I have a golden finger. I'm not afraid of dying, I added silently in my heart. Pei-Yu shot me a surprised look. You're the one entering the array? Who else would it be? I looked at him in confusion. Otherwise, he rubbed his forehead. I should have realized, I thought. Lu Hai cannot enter the array. I cut him off. I knew full well what he was about to say, but Lu Hai couldn't be the one that he was still injured, and he didn't have a golden fingered. What's more, he has been abandoned so many times already that I couldn't be the one to abandon him again. The purpose of dissolving the contract in the first place was to prevent me from becoming his weakness. Although my cultivation had recovered somewhat after my spirit meridians were rebuilt, I knew deep down that I was nowhere near my former level. I'd be completely helpless against a truly powerful opponent that I in that state. To have our fates forcibly intertwined would only let others use me as leverage against him. The Demon-Subduing Assembly was imminent. A confrontation between the male lead and the villain was inevitable sooner or later. That I trusted that Pei-Yu would not use me to threaten Lu Hai. But the hearts of men are unfathomable. After all, Pei-Yu wasn't just Pei-Yu. He was also the sect leader of Qinxiu and the host of the Immortal Alliance. Assembly. There was no guarantee others wouldn't push him into a corner. **94*******. You. Pei-Yu hesitated, words catching in his throat. He sighed, then continued, forget it that you've always been one to make your own decisions. Though my mind was already made up, I couldn't help but test him. If one day, senior brother, you had to uphold the world's justice and were forced to abandon one person, who would you give up first? Pei-Yu raised an eyebrow. What kind of question is that? If one is to uphold the world's justice, how can they abandon a single person? Is that one not among the countless common folk of the world? I said, forced to abandon, that if killing one person could benefit all living beings, who would senior brother choose? Pei-Yu looked me over from head to toe. I've told you to read fewer of those strange books. In the past, your peculiar ideas could at least pass as imaginative thinking and were occasionally somewhat useful. But now, thinking about killing one to benefit the many, that is not the righteous path. Don't stray into heresy. 10,000 people are living beings, but so is one person. He then looked at me gravely and said, what crime has that one person committed, that they must die to comfort the masses? If killing one could truly benefit the many, it would be no real benefit at all, merely self-deception, ignoring the true heretical evil threatening the people. Junior sister, you must never entertain such thoughts again. But I pressed on relentlessly. Does senior brother know that our master once did exactly that? You're referring to the matter of the demon lord, Mei Rong. Senior brother knows of it. I've heard something of it. But seeing the mournful expression on Pei-Yu's face, I had a feeling he knew far more than just hearsay. **95****. Master lived his life with absolute integrity. This was the one matter where his personal feelings clouded his judgment. I don't see it that way, I countered. If there was even a trace of favoritism, how can you call it a lifetime of integrity? And besides, this wasn't the only instance. What do you mean? I recall that senior brother is from the kingdom of Song. Pei-Yu nodded, a bit dazed. That's right. The old sect leader was also from Song, wasn't he? He was. I spoke bluntly. His entire life was not lived with complete integrity. Peiyu seemed to grasp my intent. I'm sorry. I understand. You are the fallen royalty of the Song Kingdom. Whether out of hometown fellowship or the bond between sovereign and subject, I can understand how he favored you from childhood. Then I changed tack. Senior brother will definitely help me this time, right? Peiyu, his expression solemn, gave his word. Having gotten the desired answer, I latched onto the male lead's thigh. Sob. Holding onto a powerful backer feels so good. 96 After discussing various details of setting up the array at the Demon-Subduing Assembly with Peiyu, I glanced at the sun.it was well past noon. Oh crap, 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 crap. I'm in trouble. I hurriedly wrapped up the conversation. I need to go back and make kanji. Peiyu glanced at me, and instantly a look of total understanding flashed across his face. His eyes clearly carrying two words. Good luck. Quick as a flash, I soared back on my sword. I ended up wasting another hour in the kitchen cooking kanji, before frantically carrying it over to see Lu Hai gazed at me with an expression so ethereal, it didn't seem real. Master, I waited for you for a very long time. That smile was too beautiful. It sent a chill right through me. I gave a nervous laugh. Hee hee. I handed him the kanji, but he didn't move a muscle. That I nodded and gestured for him to take the bowl. That he looked at me pitifully. I haven't eaten or drunk anything since yesterday. That I'm completely weak right now. I narrowed my eyes. Technically true, but don't think I've forgotten. At 16, you'd already mastered Anidia. **97***. Lu Hai clutched his chest and let out a soft groan at me. Fine. The injured get priority. I scooped up a spoonful of kanji, blew on it to cool, and held it to his lips. He drank the kanji from my spoon without any sign of emotion. But then his expression abruptly hardened. He took the bowl I was holding in my right hand and set it aside. Then pried open my right pinky, which I'd been keeping curled shut, and stared at the blister on it. What happened? Just a little burn from the fire. It's really nothing. Bro, it's just a blister from getting too close to the flame while starting the fire. Please don't look at me like I murdered your own mother. I thought I'd hidden it so well, and yet he still managed to catch me. Done for. He saw the panic flash across my face, sighed, and softened his tone. Don't ever go into the kitchen again. That you've always hated pain, yet you try to hide it so no one knows. That it breaks my heart to see you like this. My heart instantly melted, and I thought, now I'm truly done for. **98*** for the next month. I gave Lu Hai anything he asked for. Though, well, it was a bit hard on the waist. Lu Hai was normally very well behaved, but the moment night fell, he became an entirely different person. Every night, the madness was such that I suspected he'd been possessed. But what kind of possession only takes over at night? As I was pondering this, Lu Hai bit down on my neck and spoke in a low, displeased voice. Master is distracted. Gently. I let out a moan. That I've realized that, no matter what it is, practice makes perfect. Take this, for example, that I used to be too embarrassed to make a sound. Now that we've done it so many times, I can enjoy it without any pressure at all. Lu Hai's body gradually increased its force. He murmured near my ear. Master. Who am I? Master. Call me Ahai, Master. Lately, this habit of his had surfaced. He always wanted me to call his name in the throes of passion. How come I never noticed this quirk before? I had been wondering about it for a while. But this time I accidentally asked the question aloud. He let out a low, hot breath and gently kissed my brow, his voice tender. Because Ahai needs to make sure it's really me. 99? What? That came out of nowhere. He lowered his head and kissed me, the trail of kisses moving gradually downward. In Master's heart, there's here, and here, and here. It suddenly dawned on me as though he was afraid that in my dizzy confusion, I might call out someone else's name. But wait. Hey, hold on. Don't go any further. Hey, I began to struggle, but he paid no mind and held me down firmly. Instinctively, I felt like a fish on a chopping board, unable to breathe freely, completely at his mercy. In desperation, I grabbed his hair and moaned in unbearable agony. No, don't. To my surprise, my voice came out as a sob. In the past, when I cried, he would always struggle to hold back and stop. But this time, he ignored me completely and simply continued, pushing me to the very peak that I was utterly limp. And he raised his head to press countless tender kisses onto the tears on my cheeks, his eyes brimming with such tenderness it was as if he wanted to pull me into him. His voice was as soft as water. How about one more time? Such a wolf's ambition. Before I could answer, he'd already covered my lips with his. Hey, how am I supposed to answer with you doing that? A fresh storm descended upon us. The Demon-Subduing Assembly came faster than I expected. I'd thought it would be just the male lead and the villain, but there were quite a few people. All the major and minor cultivation sects, whether famous or obscure, had dispatched people. And in the demon realm, the 9 halls were also sharpening their weapons and preparing for war. What surprised me was that the pretext for subduing demons was Chime Fong. It was said that he had been guilty of heinous crimes in the past, and this time, by breaking the seal and amassing troops at the immortal sects, he was showing his wild ambition. His 99 offenses were listed in detail, crimes utterly unforgivable. I looked at the 99th charge on the proclamation. He once stole a child's candied hawthorn stick? What was this? Was this something a demon lord should do? Stealing a kid's candied hawthorn stick? Absolutely insane. And he'd been wanted for stealing a candied hawthorn. How could a dignified demon lord commit a crime and leave his name behind? Now look, the whole world knows Chime Fong stole a child's candied hawthorn. A lifetime of fame, ruined in a day. He's utterly unworthy of being a demon lord. Chime Fong, hearing this, turned red in the face and argued loudly. For a dignified demon lord, can you call it stealing? It was borrowing. Fine, borrowing. Then why did you borrow the candied hawthorn? Why should I tell a yellow-haired girl like you? And what's this about telling them your name when you borrowed it? I already told you I borrowed it. Someday I'll definitely return it. And I'm not stupid enough to leave my name. Then how did they know? I'm so handsome, it's hard for others not to recognize me. Me? I pointed at the 92nd charge on the proclamation. And this one, kidnapping a young child. I remembered how Chime Fong had pestered Lu Hai relentlessly, and my eyes widened in horror. Uncle, is babysitting your hobby? Chime Fong jumped up in fury. I hate taking care of kids more than anything. I gave him a disdainful look. Then why kidnap a child? I didn't. Xiao Yuer was someone I fished out of a wolf pit. Lu Hai and I turned to him together. Xiao Yuer? There's already a Xiao Yuer. Can Xiao Xian Nu be far behind? Under my severe interrogation, torture crossed out. Chime Feng's face alternated between red and white as he confessed. He had only left the demon realm twice before, but each time he did something not at all human. Well, that's just like him. Mei Rong loved the human world, lingering there and forgetting to return, so Chime Fong had a bad impression of it, always thinking it a place 100 times scarier than the demon realm. After Mei Rong was betrayed and returned to the demon realm, she never mentioned the human world again. Chime Fong, stewing in resentment, knew the man's name. Song-ju, he wanted to see what kind of monsters and demons the human world had that could bring his sister to this. At that time, he didn't know Song-ju was the Emperor of Song. He just wanted his life. He tracked the man down by every means. But Song-ju didn't match the ferocious, ghoul-like image he'd imagined that on the imperial hunting grounds. Song-ju drew his carved bow with a dashing, refined air, a gallant figure, elegant and handsome. Truly a case of a beast in human clothing. Hiding in the shadows, Chi Feng heard a child wailing, and then realized Song-ju's arrow was aimed at a huge pit swarming with hungry wolves. Beside the pit grew a small, crooked tree, and a richly dressed child was perched on it, trembling and crying his eyes out. Wolves circled at the bottom of the pit, waiting for the branch to snap and the child to fall so they could pounce. Song-ju raised his arrow and aimed from a distance, whether at the wolves below or the child on the tree. It was unclear, but it didn't matter because Song-ju soon lowered his bow. A guard nearby took it and handed him a handkerchief. Leisurely wiping his hands, Song-ju gave a calm order. "Do you see that tree? By this afternoon, I want it to break." The guard nodded in acknowledgement. Song-ju added, "Remember, leave no trace. If the eldest princess finds out, you know the consequences." He then swept his gaze around, confirmed no one was there, and left. Chi Feng was not one to meddle. He still wanted Song-ju's life, but by now he knew Song-ju's identity, and to avoid throwing the human world into chaos, he didn't dare act rashly. Still, he was more than happy to cross Song-ju. Saving a child from the human realm's experts was a piece of cake for the demon lord Chi Feng. And then he got wanted. Chi Feng's own words were, "The human world is so damn scary. When they can't beat me, they just call for backup, and no martial ethics at all. And so you came slinking back." "Impossible. I'm so clever. I simply transformed into a female form, and they couldn't find me." "Ah, me? Sorry, I underestimated you. So I didn't kidnap the child that I in the end. The child's parents were executed, and I couldn't even get rid of him." Suddenly, the light dawned. "So you stole his candied hawthorn. I told you I didn't steal. I borrowed. And I didn't borrow his spit. I mean borrowed. Then why did you borrow the candied hawthorn?" "Xiao Yuer had a terrible fever from fright, and was crying for something sweet that I saw human kids like those, so I went out and borrowed one for him. Who knew he'd say it was the sourest thing he'd ever eaten in his life? I wanted to toss him away then and there." I was astonished. Chi Feng had actually done something good like that. It seemed he really had a thing for babysitting. I do one good deed in my life, and you have to stare at me like that? Stifling a laugh, I asked eagerly, "And then? And then?" Chi Feng rolled his eyes at me. Then I threw him back and returned to the demon realm. "So now you see, he's come to denounce you." Chi Feng snorted. "That kid is about your age, yellow-haired girl. Want to denounce me? Dream on." He then swaggered off, showing absolutely no awareness that he was a demon lord being crusaded against by every major sect. Finally, on the day the immortal and demon worlds met in battle, I went to the Jade Bamboo Grove as agreed with Peiyu. The cultivation world had joined forces to set a formation within a formation there. Peiyu had tricked them, saying I'd infiltrated the demon realm to find a chance to capture both the demon venerable and the demon lord in one fell swoop, and that the Jade Bamboo Grove was the net. Every major cultivator had poured effort into this demon-subduing. Apart from me, there was no living thing in the grove that I had drugged Lu Hai with the cultivation world's sleeping draft, roughly a 3-day dose. 3 days. Should be enough that I wasn't entirely sure if the system wasn't awakened by. Then, I might just be gone. Everything has two sides that I comforted myself if I die. there'll probably be nothing left to threaten Lu Hai. And what if I can actually go back? Wouldn't that be a happy ending for everyone? Besides, I might not die. I'm super strong. I gradually walked deeper into the grove, sensing a faint fluctuation of spiritual power in the air. Not bad. This formation was quite hidden. You couldn't feel it without careful observation. I looked up into the empty air, knowing Pei Yu must be watching me from somewhere. If Shifu seeks death, stopping here is enough. I was stunned and turned abruptly to see Lu Hai standing 10 paces behind me, looking at me coldly, his gaze eerily icy. How about this lord finds some people to be buried with Qing? I froze on the spot. He raised his hand and gently grasped the void. The spiritual power supporting the formation dissolved into nothing. All the people who had said it were dragged into the purple bamboo grove, Pei Yu among them. This was the first time Lu Hai had used the honorific, "this lord," in front of me. He now stood in his true form, possessing Mei Rong's peerless beauty and Song Ju's lofty elegance, a face that could enchant all living beings, yet wearing a sinister smile that it was a side of. Him I found utterly unfamiliar. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. A long-bearded elder of the immortal sect stepped forward and declared loudly, "Our immortal sects, with hundreds of allied sects, will not let you, demon, act recklessly." Inside the grove, the elders of each sect were on high alert. Outside, their disciples were arrayed in formation, but none dared make a move. Without a word, Lu Hai gently rubbed his fingertips. In an instant, the ground shook, leaves flew, and the earth cracked with alarming speed. Flames shot up inch by inch from the crevices, stubbornly wrapping around every green bamboo stalk. That moment, the long-bearded elder's face turned ashen as he lowered his sword hand that had been invoking spirits. A spirit sealing array. I secretly tried to draw spiritual power, but, sure enough, could sense nothing. But the formation the immortal sects had set had already been broken by Lu Hai. Why was this? A thought crossed my mind. This formation. Lu Hai had said it long ago. I thought I'd been discreet, and he'd pretended not to notice. Turns out he had his own plan all along. While idly playing with the flame at his fingertips, Lu Hai walked toward me with a dark, brooding air. 1 step. Qing is always like this, making decisions. All on her own. 2 steps. Whenever a difficult question comes up, you always change the subject, refuse to answer, and think you've hidden it well. 3 steps. But it's all right. This lord will figure it out myself. Pei Yu seized the moment and thrust his long sword forward. Squelch. The sound of steel piercing flesh. Shifu. Junior sister. The blade went clean through my chest. I collapsed weakly against Lu Hai, staring at Pei Yu in disbelief. Senior brother? Pei Yu's gaze was black as ink. He withdrew his sword, cracked open a white jade die, retrieved the returning origin pill inside, crushed it, and sprinkled the powder over my wound. Junior sister, I'm sorry. Then he leveled his sword at Lu Hai. You are Song Ju's son. It wasn't a question. You're his mirror image. Even the words you speak are just as revolting. 108. Who would have guessed Pei Yu would strike so suddenly? Thank goodness I was quick enough to take the blow myself. But hell, why does it hurt so much? What did you sprinkle on me, medicine or salt? It's fine. It's fine. I can take it. I'm tough. Look on the bright side. If it hurts this much, it means I'm still alive, right? Eventually you just get used to the pain. I kept comforting myself while hurting like a dog, tears streaming down my face in a sheer physical reflex. Lu Hai caught me, frantically wiping my cheeks with one hand and sending spiritual power into me with the other. The moment he drew on his energy, he realized he was standing inside the spirit-suppressing array. He shattered the Formation with a casual thought, and then poured a steady stream of spiritual power into me to ease the agony that I saw the demonic breath and killing intent gathering thicker and thicker around him. A living black mist with tendrils writhing menacingly that I heard him stroke my face and murmur, "Does it hurt? Does it hurt?" I wanted to smile and tell him it was okay, not that bad. But the moment I tried to move the corners of my mouth, I saw his panicked expression. Maybe my face had gone stiff. Maybe now my smile just looked ugly. Still, you didn't have to react like that. Then I saw his hand cupping my cheek, covered in blood. Asterisk, oh, so it wasn't drool I'd lost control of earlier that it was blood. Asterisk, I started to say, "Don't be scared." But the moment I opened my mouth, blood surged up from my throat and nearly choked me too. "Death! Don't speak! Don't speak!" His eyes reddened as he laid me down and cradled my wound with trembling hands that I had no strength left to talk anyway. A wave of drowsiness crept over me, but with him in this state, how could I just fall asleep? I turned to pay you, my eyes probably clouded with a mix of daze and accusation. "Lousy pay you. So much for our sibling bond. Junior sister, I made you a promise that I didn't mean to take his life, but I have a blood feud with Song Jude at a reprieve from death. Fine, but he won't escape suffering." All along I'd assumed the hero-villain conflict was the ancient grudge between immortals and demons, good and evil. Turns out I got the whole thing wrong. This was personal. All my effort wasted. The more I thought, the angrier it made me. Angry enough to die. And then I blacked out. 109. This dream went on for an unusually long time that I heard someone calling me. A gentle female voice, like a mother's. Asterisk, bah? I don't have a mother. I'm an orphan, hello? Asterisk, someone sighed. Your mother has wronged you. Out of the void, a woman with an impossibly tender expression came to my side. Chinga, mother has to go. She touched my head. For real this time, the my remnant soul has wandered this bamboo grove for 10 years. Today, I finally fulfilled my wish. Who are you? I'm your mother, Wanhua. I have no mother, I'm an orphan from another world. Her eyes turned sorrowful. That's my original world. They took you away and left me nothing but an empty shell. The system creator's punishment for a failed mission. You're a transmigrator? She smiled bitterly. The failed kind. I was curious. Failed why? She managed a gentle smile with effort. If you're human, it's easy to fail. What was the mission you failed? Get close to the demon lord and execute divine justice. She sighed again, full of grief. But once I got close to Meirong, I found she was simply a lovely, ordinary girl. She wasn't that bad. People deceived her, yet she never retaliated. She only hid far away and licked her wounds alone. I couldn't bring myself to do it. Why did the system want you to execute divine justice in the first place? Because she was too strong. When someone with immense talent doesn't know how to hide it, they always end up feared. The world needs balance. As long as she lived, the demon realm would stir restlessly. The immortal sex would live in anxiety, and the mortal world would be seized by panic. Who isn't afraid of a force they can't control? 110. But in the end, she still perished because of you. I let out a sigh, my chest heavy as if weighed down by a stone. Both of them had tried so hard, but the outcome was like fate itself. She swayed almost imperceptibly. Yes, your father. I never imagined he would use me against Meirong, that he set a stasis array here. A lost expression came over her face as she gazed into the void. I understand now. He was forcing me to choose between him and a rung inside that array. In a stasis array, the only way out is to kill the person trapped inside, or to kill the one who said it. I don't know if he was so certain I would choose him. A sorrowful smile lingered on her face as she recounted the past with a lightness that seemed almost casual. Erong understood my predicament and ended her own life. Once Erong was gone, I no longer had to choose. But I no longer wanted to leave. That I felt I had to tell him that this time, he was wrong. She even turned back and winked at me playfully. For a moment, I caught a glimpse of the girl from centuries ago. Before she passed, Erong asked me to look after her child. That I said yes. But I was so tired I activated a summoning array and called forth my daughter to carry out this task for me. As everyone knows, summoning souls requires a sacrificial offering. But in that stasis array, there were only 2 people. And the living offering? Myself. I stared back in shock. She pouted. I had several hundred years of cultivation. After all, that I can't have been that much worse than any other offering, right? 111, then what about my system? Ah, you mean Little Bucket? That's our little secret. So it actually could send me back? It was lying to me. No, if you don't want to stay here, it can bring you to this place, and my remnant soul can send you back. But you'll have to decide quickly. I won't last much longer. Forget it that it's the first time I've met my mother, and you're already leaving. Save your strength. Let's just sit and talk for a while. I took her hand and sat down. Her fingertips were ice cold. Yet I felt a thread of warmth. This must be what family feels like. For the first time, I felt like fate had blessed me. That I'd worked so hard to adapt to the rules of that other world. That I'd gotten a job, had colleagues, and then, without any reason, I landed here. Just when I thought I could finally go back, it turned out to be nothing but false hope. And along the way I'd picked up new bonds. Maybe someone else could cast these burdens aside. Easily, but I just couldn't. That I wrapped my arms around my knees. I always thought I was a child no one wanted. I used to wonder why. That I could see, I could hear, I wasn't disabled or crippled. I was healthy and full of life. So why would my parents abandon me? Maybe I was a failure in some other way, and I was tough. When I was poor, I never went to the pharmacy if I got hurt. The worst time was one night when the hallway light was broken and I missed a step, falling and tearing a huge gash in my leg. I just wrapped it in a towel and went to sleep. In the morning, I found that towel soaked through with blood, and all I could think was, what a waste. Now I'll never be able to use this towel again, because the other kids would laugh at someone with a stained towel. They didn't care why you'd bled so much. They'd only bully the dirty kid who couldn't afford a clean one. Later, when I started earning my own money, I don't know why, but I became more and more afraid of pain. Ruanhua suddenly held me tight. I'm sorry. Mother has wronged you. When I spoke of those old days, I didn't shake with emotion the way she did. My eyes just felt a little dry, dusty. I blinked and said, I'm not telling you this so you'll pity me. I'm telling you so you'll understand. I may not be much now, but I used to be a very tough kid. That I'm proud of what I went through, and I like who I've become. Maybe I'm still a little tangled up inside, but I can say I have no regrets, and you don't need to. Apologize to me. I think you did the right thing. If a happy childhood meant trading someone else's life, I'd rather not have it. This mother of mine must have been a soft-hearted girl in life. She held me close and sobbed without control. That I reached up and patted her on the back. Tell me about you, and Mayron. That at least let me know that I gave someone happiness. At that, Ruanhua wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and began to recall the past, from her story, and from the warm smile that played at her brows and lips. I could see 2 young women meeting in their youth, slowly coming to know each other, and finally giving each other their whole hearts to pure mutual admiration, untainted by any self-interest. The most beautiful thing in the world, perhaps, is meeting someone wonderful at a wonderful age, and the cruelest thing is watching that beauty wither at its peak. I thought, this mother of mine, she probably had it worse than me. Her family gone, her lover betraying her, her friend driven to suicide. For her to still be this gentle, it must be because she'd already tasted the bitterest flavor life had to offer, but all of that faded like wind. As she grew more and more translucent, her smile was filled with relief and anticipation. Chinger, I'm going to be with Aaron. I reached out to catch the fragmented light of her dissipating soul, but it scattered at my touch point 112 when I regained consciousness. A drop landed on my lips that I licked it, metallic. Who even makes a drink this vile? Opening my eyes, I saw a pale, jade-white wrist still trickling blood. The stain dried. Liu Hai's face was haggard. When he noticed me staring at his wrist, he belatedly pulled his hand back, tucking it into his long sleeve, and wrapped his other arm around me. A pang of pain shot through my chest. I knew how unsettled he was, so I nestled deeper into his arms, gripped his sleeve, and asked weakly, "Ahai, will you still trust me?" Liu Hai's lips parted and closed several times before he murmured, "I will." A glimmer of wet light rose in his deep eyes, and his voice came softly. How could I not? His eyes, like lakes brimming with light, curved gently, rippling like spring breezes. If you're willing to deceive me, I'd be happy just for that. Every word he spoke struck my heart like a hammer, leaving a dull ache. I thought, if he had blamed me, even a little, I wouldn't feel so miserable. He touched my forehead with concern and asked gently, "Why are you crying again? Does it hurt?" Feeling the warmth on my face, I cried even harder, unable to speak, just nodding vaguely. Trusting my word, he asked, "Then what would make it feel better?" I buried my face in his chest, my voice muffled. "I want to go home." He scooped me up in his arms. "Then let's go home." 1:13 Suddenly, a harsh shout erupted nearby. We both turned toward the sound. The long-bearded elder's spiritual, energy-laden sword was lodged beside Peiyu's ribs. Peiyu had his own blade held across his front, mostly deflecting the blow, so the elder's sword hadn't struck deep and was off target. Peiyu turned his face to the person behind him, his voice uncertain. "You're Qi Feng?" I hadn't realized Qi Feng had also arrived. What the hell? Peiyu's stance. Was he blocking that sword for Qi Feng? Qi Feng raised his demonic flame, looking back at Peiyu. Who the fuck else would it be? His look seemed to say, "You're out of your damn mind." He then cast a scrutinizing glance at the wound beneath Peiyu's ribs. "You and the old bastard are both scum, ganging up on my nephew just now." Peiyu wiped the trickle of blood from his lips, his expression complicated. "Liu Hai is your nephew?" Qi Feng's face hardened as he flew over to shield us. "None of your damn business. I take responsibility for my own acts. That you're all after me, aren't you? Why drag this in?" Peiyu responded by making a refined bow to the elder before him, then said with righteous nerve, sect leaderly, "Shinsu Gate will overlook that strike. But as you can see, I'm gravely wounded now and in no condition to lead the demon suppression effort. Given the situation, neither of us is a match for the demon lord. Why don't we withdraw, rest and recover, and discuss this another day? What do you say?" Li. "But this, Peiyu, I hear your beloved wife has a great fondness for gold and jade head ornaments. Shinsu Gate possesses a sect treasure, a hairpin called the Jue Tang Chai, which would suit her perfectly. I'll be sure to have it delivered another day, with hopes she will accept it graciously." Li. "That isn't, Peiyu. Your relationship with the Misty Rain Tower runs deep, I imagine. Your wife probably knows nothing of it. And our Shinsu Gate has many loose mouths. Gossip is sometimes unavoidable. Even as the sect leader, I can't keep every tongue in check. Should even a hint of rumor slip out, Li, we'll meet again." 1:14 I stared dumbfounded as sect leader Li hurriedly led his group out of the emerald bamboo grove. The Misty Rain Tower. A pleasure house for male patrons. That long-beardedly must have had some dirt on him that Peiyu was holding over his head. But I'd lived at Shinsu Gate for so many years. Since when did we have a sect treasure? Seeing the crowd retreat, Peiyu brushed aside Xingdong's attempt to support him and limped toward us. Leaning on his sword, his gaze fixed on Lu Hai. Song Ju showed no brotherly feeling. He destroyed my entire Pei clan over your mother's matter, he said, then shot an inscrutable glance at Chi Feng. But today I've repaid you with a sword. From now on, our grudges are settled. Then he looked at me. Are you staying? Or will you come back with me to Chuayin Mountain? I felt Lu Hai's arm tense around me. Reassuringly, I clasped his hand. He's a bit slow-witted that I need to keep an eye on him. Very well. With that, he turned and left. Xingdong hurried after him, and a voice carried from the distance. Master, when did Shinsu Gate ever have a sect treasure? It does now that I say so. Master couldn't be more right. 115 Peiyu was gone, but a small white jade die remained on the ground where he'd leaned on his sword. Left behind, perhaps, by accident. Chi Feng spotted it and raised a foot, looking as if he intended to stomp it into powder that I moved to stop him. But Lu Hai, sensing my urgency, patted my hand and said to Chi Feng, Uncle, don't step on it. Chi Feng turned to as usual. He hawked and spat before speaking. One after another, you're all drugging me. All of you trying to screw me over. They wanted my life. What the hell were you two rushing to get yourselves killed for? I thought to myself, he's got it all wrong. Maybe earlier he really was the target of demon suppression, but later he was clearly just a pretext. And judging by Peiyu's attitude, no one would dare try to kill him anymore. Lu Hai and I exchanged a glance, his eyes crinkling with laughter as he said, Uncle, that die is one of Peiyu's magical items. Keep it for now, that he'll surely come looking for it, and you can squeeze him for a nice sum. Well played. Lu Hai. 116. A month later that I was sprawled in bed eating grapes that a Hai had peeled for me when a demonic cultivator came to report that the Chen Su sect leader had come alone and was now fighting the demon lord. Hearing that, I shot right up, so elated I nearly choked on a grape seed. My back no longer ached. My legs weren't weak. I was bursting with energy. Lu Hai sat beside me, languidly peeling grapes to reveal their translucent, jade-like flesh. Even with my wild commotion, he only shot me a lazy glance. That happy? Of course. I've been waiting a whole month. He held a grape to my lips. I suggest you be clear, master. Exactly who have you been waiting for? I ate the grape from his fingers, taking in his slightly furrowed brow and the faint displeasure in his tone, and couldn't help remarking, Tisk, so sour. At that, he frowned even harder. How could it be? He popped one into his own mouth, tasting it thoughtfully. It's clearly sweet. I couldn't resist leaning up to press a peck to the corner of his lips, then nodded approvingly. It is sweet. A rosy flush crept up to his ears as he glanced around, and scolded me with tender reproach. Why do you always do that? The demonic cultivator who had come to report was still standing there, head lowered, face flushed red. Seeing that, heat rushed to my face that I grabbed Lu Hai's hand and bolted toward the fighting. My head ducked in mortification. Forget the grapes, let's go get the latest drama. Part 2. Lu Hai Extra 1. I really like her, from the very beginning. More and more. Why? I don't know. Maybe because I'd never seen anyone look at me with such eager interest, as if I were some rare treasure. Maybe because she suddenly appeared in my life, offering me kindness as naturally and lightly as drifting clouds, making me feel like I, too, was precious. Maybe it's that proud, self-satisfied gleam hidden beneath her brows when she smiles. So captivating. Maybe it's that. At my lowest, her glib words sounded especially sweet. Maybe, I don't know. After all, who couldn't like someone like her? But only I loved her the most. Point two, why did I love her so much? I don't know. Maybe it was because she always did things so casually that they melted my heart into a puddle. Or maybe it was how she could cheer someone up without even seeming to try. Or perhaps it was that she was so utterly sincere in everything she did. Even when she lied, it makes it so easy to fall for her. Even if she weren't that wonderful. Even if she treated me worse. It still wouldn't be easy to resist. Point three, I always thought that if I could see her every day, I'd be content. But it turns out, whether human or demon, greed is inescapable. Whenever I stand on that high platform and see her gaze chasing after him, a nameless fire burns in my chest that I know. It's resentment, it's jealousy. But what right do I have? He stands high above. The upright and open-hearted sect master of Chinchou sect. She is bright as sunlight, a cultivation proficient. Immortal lord of the same sect me. I am just an unwelcome demon, granted a glimpse of daylight only through her kindness. Even if I train with all my might, even if one day my cultivation could match her pace, I know all too well. My heart is a barren wasteland. My soul a pile of ruins, my core restless and irritable that I can never stand by her side. A person as good as her deserves to live in the sunlight, not cower in a gutter like me. Every time I think of that, it becomes harder to control the swelling demonic chi inside me, until my obsession swallows me like a nightmare. Point four, Chi Feng thought I went back to the demon realm with him because of a bet. Huh. That bet was as trivial as a joke. Who would care about a cheap trick like that? Besides, she is the gentlest. Even if she knew I had fallen into the demonic path, she would have found a way to make excuses for me, never abandoning me. Only I know, I left because I was afraid. That day, passing by the library, I overheard Pei Yu say, her mother died at the hands of a demon named Mei Roamed. In an instant, my whole body turned ice cold. I was terrified she'd find out I'm a demon too, especially that she'd learned the connection between Mei Roamed and me. That I feared she would blame me. She might not care about losing face or status, but she cherishes her bonds deeply. After returning to the demon realm, the problem of my demonic chi spiraling out of control didn't get better. That I fell into a dilemma again. I both hoped she would come for me, and hoped she wouldn't. But what angered me was, after I returned to the demon realm, she never came looking for me. Not once. That it was only when Chi Feng amassed his forces at Mount Chuaxuan that she finally came down from the mountain to see me. The moment I saw her, my heart instantly came alive. That it was then I realized. All along, the one I'd been longing for was her, and only her. Point five, but in her heart, I am far less important than her sect and her senior brother. That I did something I had long wanted to do, but never dared. I kept her here, but what good did it do to force her to stay by such means? From beginning to end, the one she cared about most was never me. She even went to such extreme lengths to show her sincerity. She, who is so afraid of pain, plunged that knife into herself so ruthlessly. That moment, only one thought filled my mind. I lost him. My heart ached unbearably. Out of my control. That I couldn't say where it started, but that hollow emptiness in my chest told me I had nothing left. That I loved her so much. How could she do this? I won't allow it. I made up my mind to get her back. I would also make her remember me forever. Even if my soul scatters into nothing, I don't care. Point six, demons have always been selfish, since I hold no place in her heart. Then at the very least, I want to occupy the title of her cultivation partner. That way, even if I perish, she will be tied to me for the rest of her life. When my uncle passed me the life and death bond, a boundless, Overwhelming delight rose up inside me before I could stop it that I in the past. I was always worried that if my allotted days ran out, she would have other disciples. She would go fishing for someone else. She would tie up someone else's hair. And she would coax someone else by saying she would never abandon them. Even if just for show. Even if a lie. I couldn't bear it. Even just imagining it was unbearable. Her lifespan is so long. Sooner or later, someone would take my place. Every time I thought of it, I couldn't control the twisting pain in my heart. Even the agony of demonic chi eating into my bones became easier to bear, but with the life and death bond, it's different. She won't be able to live on alone. She will follow me in. Death. Or I will follow her. Either way is fine. N01 will be able to replace me. N01 will have the chance to replace me. Because as long as I live for a single second, I will never allow that possibility. 7. I only have her. So, I always unreasonably hope that she only has me. 8. I am selfish. Even those words I used to wake her up were lies. As long as a single wandering fragment of my soul remains in this world, I cannot tolerate anyone else in her heart. Even less can I tolerate anyone making her sad. When she said she has no romantic feelings for Pei-yu, I believed her, because it's not just humans who believe what they want to believe. Demons do too. That I clearly believed her the moment she spoke, but I lied to her again. I said I was content. Inwardly mocking my own greed, I methodically exploited her kindness step by step. When I, as if burning all bridges, told her that her mother and I died together in mutual destruction, how I wish she would blame me just a little. That way, I wouldn't have fallen so hopelessly deep. She looked unusually stern, and I knew then that this time, I was doomed beyond redemption. Yes, the one I love. Her nature is gentle and kind. She will plant brilliant sunflowers on the barren grassland under my rule. 9 that day. Not long after we returned from the jade bamboo grove, she scrunched up her face and told me she was a person from another world who transmigrated into a book, that we are all just characters in a story. I was completely stunned. 10 thinking about it this way. I guess I'm one of the luckiest characters. For example, when she saw me staring blankly, she leaned over and pecked the corner of my mouth to soothe me. I in this book. No one is luckier than me. To have her. From then on, the sun shone bright. Spring was warm. Flowers were fragrant. I wanted nothing more in this life. But sometimes I still deliberately get angry, because when I do, she will come over and coax me. 3. Side story. Chen Xinghe, the sovereign of the demon realm, clad in wanton crimson robes and jesting arrogance, sealed for over 100 years, at last broke free from the seal, only to face a joint extermination by the immortal cultivation sections. This was supposed to be a death trap. I solemnly closed the fanfic about Qi Feng and Pei-yu in my hands, titled The Love and Hate Between the Demon Lord and the Immortal Lord, and suddenly felt clear-headed, refreshed, and enlightened. That I really am stupid. Truly, I only knew Pei-yu had a white moonlight. Isn't a white moonlight a totally normal setup for a power fantasy male lead? So I naturally assumed it had to be a woman. By all logic, a power fantasy male lead should be enjoying the company of a whole harem, 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. That I thought the situation had only developed like this because my transmigration derailed the plot. That I really am stupid. Truly, that I only knew that a certain point-based platform's power fantasy male leads sell well. So I naturally assumed a power fantasy male lead must be from that platform. In reality, in recent years, another platform has also been producing power fantasy stories with dual male leads. If it's about love, then all the oddities between Qi Feng and Pei-yu make perfect sense. That storybook had just been a casual read to pass the time while I was recovering from my injuries. But now I was utterly stunned by the author, Chun's genius. Out of sheer admiration for how they'd seen through the mystery, I pestered Lu Hai into buying every single one of their works, including but not limited to Cold-Faced Demon Lord Pursues His Master, The Love and Hate Between the Demon Lord and the Immortal Lord, and * Falling for That Useless Junior Sister of Chinchou Sect starred out at a glance. The titles of these fanfics all feature big-name figures from the immortal and demon realms. This kind of audacity, daring to tug a tiger's whiskers, makes it hard not to suspect they must have a powerful backer. Now, it wasn't just their talent I was interested in. I was even more curious about their identity. I selectively ignored Lu Hai's face, which was dark as the bottom of a pot, and opened Falling for That Useless Junior Sister of Chinchou Sect. 1 second later, I expressionlessly snapped it shut. This isn't me. It turned out to be a fanfic about me and Peiyu. True to its title, featuring the incomparably brilliant, handsome, and upright sect master times the good-for-nothing, slacker junior sister. Dai Ti was one of Chun's earlier works, with relatively raw writing. The premise alone made me cringe that I glanced up at Lu Hai's stormy expression and tried to explain. Hi, he made all of this up. That's not how it is. Lu Hai silently turned his face away that I leaned over and pecked the space between his furrowed brows. No reaction that I pecked again. Still none. Lately, Hai has been getting harder and harder to coax. Fine. If explanations don't work, I'm pulling out the big guns that I slammed the book heavily onto the table, pinched my thigh hard, and with tears welling in my eyes, wailed. In the past, Hai could never bear to see me suffer the slightest grievance. Now, my innocence has been ruined by some trashy book. And Hai won't even listen to my explanation that I suppose it's been so long that Hai has grown tired of me. This is Chun Qing's bonus skill. Turning the tables that I watched him frown, flustered and at a loss, and found it endlessly amusing as I covered the corner of my eye, and continued. If Hai has changed his heart, he cut me off stiffly. I haven't. I kept dabbing the corner of my eye with my sleeve. I'm not the type to cling shamelessly, you know. He sighed, pulled my hand away from my eyes, and took out a handkerchief to dab at the corners of my eyes. Helpless. Why do you always resort to methods that hurt both of us? Crying too much is bad for your eyes. Giving in now? Too late. I remained unmoved and kept up my act. If your heart has changed, I'll just go. Since Hai has had a change of heart, I'll leave. His hand paused, and he asked, as if indifferent, Go where? The sky is wide for birds to fly. The sea is broad for. Before I could finish, he sealed my lips with his own, scooped me up by the waist, and started toward the bed. Then why not rest properly before you go? He said in a low voice. My old bones were practically falling apart. There was no way I could rest well like this. Late at night, watching Lu Hai head off to make a midnight snack in high spirits, I laid sprawled on the bed like the living dead and flipped open the Cold-Faced Demon Lord's Pursuit of His Master. This one was finished earlier than The Love and Hate of the Demon Lord and the Immortal Lord. Familiar people. Familiar formula. He was the awe-inspiring Demon Lord, awakening only to resurrect the Master. He longed for day and night. What entanglements would unfold between him and her? The Tao, they speak of it with rules and bounds, but I say it is neither square nor round. The great Tao is simple. Who says the true heart is not the Tao heart? His heart is the true heart. The true heart is the Tao heart. I think I know exactly who this spring, the one bold enough to tweak a tiger's whiskers, really is. Ford. A Xingdong side story **. Ever since Uncle Master came up the mountain, My master has been acting strange that I used to think things like dice games and pulling pigtails were already pretty improper. But my master's recent behavior has been reshaping everything I thought I knew about him. These behaviors include, but are not limited to, 1. Tricking sect leader Lee with a fake sect treasure. But I figure master must have his reasons that if master wants to trick someone, it's that person's fault. 2. Deliberately tossing away the white jade dice. You see, those dice were personally forged by master. Not just magical tools, but also containing spirit pills infused with his cultivation. There are only 2 in the world. He never let them out of his sight and wouldn't even let me borrow a look. Using one to save Uncle Master's life was somewhat understandable, but he threw it on the ground without so much as blinking. Fine. Master must have had a deeper meaning. 3. That I thought throwing it on the ground meant he didn't want it anymore. But when that big demon lord came to extort money with the white jade dice, master acted like he couldn't live without it, letting the big demon lord demand an outrageous sum. Then why did you throw it away in the first place? All right, this must be a meticulously planned scheme by Master. 4. The big demon lord swindled half of the Chinsu sect's assets and finally left. But a month later, master actually changed his mind and wanted to reclaim everything? Don't you see that the big demon lord is the type who would pinch every penny and never spit out what he's swallowed? Isn't that just asking for a beating? Perhaps my youthful ignorance fails to grasp master's profound intentions. 5. That since then, master has been going to the demon realm 8 days out of 10 to collect the debt. His back doesn't ache, his legs don't hurt, and he doesn't bother teaching his disciple anymore. I'm like a little cabbage in the field, yellowing. With no master and no mothered SO, I even went to the demon realm to find Uncle Master, hoping she could convince the little demon lord to hold back the big demon lord when master gets chased and beaten at Uncle Master. Are you reciting a tongue twister? Me, huh? Uncle Master. Oh, I mean you have a talent for tongue twisters. A talent is a good thing. Uncle Master is praising me as an elder. In that case, as a junior, I should show some care for Uncle Master. I affectionately snuggled up to the beauty chair where she lay lounging lazily and asked earnestly, Uncle Master, how have you been? How's your health? Is that little demon lord behaving? Uncle Master seemed to have a dry throat and coughed twice. Maybe she caught a cold. I saw her face gradually turning rosy. Everything's fine, she answered primly. I nodded. You really have that little demon lord wrapped around your finger. Her expression turned complicated, and she paused. Who told you such things? Master did. Master also said that you're probably the only one in the world who can keep that little demon lord in check. Master is truly prophetic. Tell your master to change the verb next time. I chewed on those 2 sentences and finally understood my master truly is my master. He'd seen through that little demon lord's intentions so early. Indeed, only love rivals truly understand each other. Sigh, my poor master's sincere heart for Uncle Master. He clearly knew of the little demon lord's wolfish ambitions. Yet for the sake of Uncle Master's feelings, he endured in silence, letting that little demon lord seize the opportunity. Sigh, Uncle Master, why did you choose that little demon lord? I couldn't help asking. Hearing this, Uncle Master's eyes unconsciously brimmed with mirth. Xingdong, do you know what the original heart is? What the true heart is? What the Tao heart is? I don't know that my master has been neglecting his duties for a long time, and my cultivation has been stagnant for just as long. Uncle Master lay on the beauty chair, leisurely waving a round fan. The word Tao. They speak of it with rules and measures, but I say it is neither square nor round. With my current stagnant cultivation, I'm still hundreds of thousands of miles from attaining Tao. I have no concept of Tao, let alone Uncle Master's insight. So I was at a loss for words that I only heard Uncle Master continue. Great Tao is simple. How do you know the original heart is not the Tao heart? The sage's heart, the Buddha's heart, are rare indeed, but a true heart is also hard to come by. Uncle Master glanced at my blank face, tapped my forehead lightly with her fan, and smiled. If you don't understand, forget it. Just remember this. His heart is the true heart. The true heart is the Tao heart. I murmured, his heart is the true heart. The true heart is the Tao heart. Uncle Master lifted the round fan and turned it against the sunlight. The shadow of the fan fell across her hazy profile. I couldn't make out her expression, and her voice seemed veiled as well. In life, few things are taken for granted. But if there is someone who takes you for granted, then to be bound by worldly views would betray both him and yourself. I stood dazed for a moment. Suddenly, I felt that the little demon lord was actually quite good. For instance, every time I come to the demon realm, I never face any obstruction that it turns out I'd been too narrow-minded before. On the 78th day of my cultivation, showing no progress whatsoever, relying on my extensive reading, mainly various romance novels about men and women and everything in between, I realized Master has shifted his affections. With Uncle Master's earlier guidance, I easily accepted this. Looks like I'll never become a great immortal cultivator in this life. I might as well focus on my side business, writing furiously to become a giant in the world of storybooks. Asterisk 5. Chinchun side story asterisk. My name is Chinchun. The sun rises at dawn, Chun, which is morning, Chun, so I am called Chinchun. My father is the fearsome demon lord Lu Hai, and my mother is the long-retired immortal Lord Chun Qing of Chinsu sect, the meaning my parents intended for my name. I am the morning light of Chinsu sect, at least. That's what I used to think, and I was quite proud of it, believing that my parents never took me along to play because they had high hopes for me. Until, from a young age, I ran back and forth between Chinsu sect and the demon realm, cultivating with great uncle and Master Song. At 3. I formally became Master Song's disciple, the personal disciple of the sect leader. When great uncle heard about this, he worried I would never return to the demon realm, so he rushed over to stop it. Chinchun, come live with old me in the demon realm. Don't hang around that hypocritical, sanctimonious sect leader. I'm not going, great uncle. Your cooking last time nearly sent me to the afterlife. That was made by Olmi personally. Exactly. That's why I was nearly sent off. But seeing Great Uncle's disappointed look, I couldn't bear to emphasize how ruthless his cooking was, so I changed the subject. Since father and mother gave me the name Chun, which means sunrise, they wanted me to bring glory to Chinsu sect. Going to the demon realm with great uncle would be dereliction of duty. Sunrise? Not that complicated. It's simply because when your mother gave birth to you, it was morning, and your father casually gave you a name based on the sky. Impossible. It must not be that simple. Your mother was weak after giving birth, drifting in and out of sleep. Your father was like he'd lost half his life then. How could he bother with fancy meanings? Once your mother recovered enough, he couldn't wait to attach his heart, liver, lungs, and guts to her. Who would think about the connection between mourning and Chinsu sect? Your name is pure coincidence. If you'd come out a bit later, you might have been called Chinwu. My name came about so carelessly that I burst into tears, so the reason they never took me along was simply that they didn't want it. I cried so miserably for the first time that great uncle and master couldn't handle me. So they sent a talisman message to inform my parents, who rushed back. My father's expression was not good. My mother gently nudged him with her arm. The sage said, man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, Tao follows nature. Your name conforms to nature. It is your father's supreme intention that I think it couldn't be better. Does she think I'm still a 2-year-old child? I had long known that my mother's tongue could talk the dead back to life and sweet-talk the able-bodied into a cripple. The booty glanced at the black-charied iron fist beneath my father's sleeve that I decided to be a filial son. Yes, mother is right that I was out of line, that I understand father's intentions now. I'd known since I was little that father loved monopolizing mother. What father didn't know was that mother and I shared a little secret. So she still doted on me. She entrusted me with a crucial mission, to stick close to master and keep an eye on the going-on between him and great-uncle. Spying on master might be more or less an act of grave impiety, but filial duty came first. I had to put keeping mother amused above all else. As things stood, the fallen flower longed for sect leader pay. The flowing water held no warmth for the windblade lord. Horizontal scroll. A heavy task and a long road still. I turned over their personalities in my mind. Great-uncle yielded to coaxing, but never to force. Master yielded to neither coaxing nor force. So, in this tug-of-war, master really did have the upper hand. For now, the only approach was boil the frog in tepid water. Watching master's unhurried yet crafty little moves, it looked like he'd already found his own strategy. 7 years slipped by in a blink. It'd be by the time I'd nearly memorized the entirety of the Chinshu sect's mental cultivation manual. Things finally took a dramatic turn for master. That day, great-uncle carried master back to Chinshu sect drenched in blood. The first thing master did upon returning to the mountain in that state was start making his final arrangements. As it turned out, a fox spirit from the demon realm had appeared, foolish enough to try seducing the demon lord and stealing his young essence. Except the fox was male, and my great-uncle is as straight as a die. Naturally, the plot failed. After the failure, the fox, humiliated and furious, tried to silence the demon lord. Master just so happened to take the blow meant for great-uncle, then summoned his sword and riddled the fox with holes. Most of the blood on master was the creature's, but because the fox cultivated the way of joyful union, the strike master caught latched him with the joyful union poison that if he couldn't work it off with a willing lover, the poison would kill him if it hadn't been for that faint, almost imperceptible smirk at the corner of master's lips. I might actually have believed him that I couldn't help but pity that fox that of all the people to cast your eyes on. Why pick the exact one master had his sights set on? Now look, doing someone else's bridal tailoring for free. A.S. master bid his tearful, tragic, heart-wringing farewell. Great-uncle's face grew darker by the word, and right on cue, just as master got to the part about senior sister Zhao's adopted yellow dog, great-uncle shot to his feet, his expression all complications, and waved everyone out. I have reason to believe that if great-uncle hadn't stood up right then, master could have strung himself along on a single breath, warbling mournfully all the way to the absurd blind date tale of the niece of the nephew of the wife of Chief Li 2 peaks over. Sigh, great-uncle really needs to work on his patience. After I left, I considerately locked the door behind them and shooed away all the fellow disciples the sword tempered over 10 years. I only hope great-uncle comes out of this in one. P.S. that I must write to mother. This is exactly the kind of thing she loves to hear. **6.PayU. An extra *** my junior sister says I'm the male lead, and that a ruined family, death, and wandering are standard issue for a power fantasy hero. But why me? Why did it have to be my family that was ruined? I've forgotten when I first sealed away that little fish who grew up in a honey jar. The boy who even thought candied hawthorn skewers were sour. Was it the night the raging fire swallowed the pay? Residence hole? or the day I entered Chinshu sect under the name Peiyu. From then on, I locked myself inside Peiyu's shell, discarded all my past, and dedicated myself solely to cultivation. Focused, guarded, cautious in every step. Then one day my junior sister said, "Given your talent at throwing dice, if you hadn't come to cultivate immortality, you'd have been the #1 profligate under heaven." I froze. All the old memories suddenly felt like yesterday. There was a time I really had aspired to be a good-for-nothing wastrel. After all, my mother was the eldest princess of Songju's aunt. My father was Grand Tutor Pei, Songju's personal teacher. My cousin was the reigning emperor that I dare say no one in the whole capital had better credentials for loafing about. I think it was around then that I began to make peace with little fish. Those locked-away memories, they made me who I am. Yet at the same time, they made me unlike myself. But that's all right now. When I reunite with him, I suddenly feel that everything so far has been the best possible choice. ***7. Songju. An extra ***. Our was a kite soaring free, and what I needed to do was become her string to bind her. It was simple to lure her. All I had to do was dress myself into the kind of person she favored. She liked open, luminous grace, so I put on the white robes I normally scorned. She liked gentility and refinement, so I spouted the 4 books and 5 classics, benevolence and righteousness. I knew she was no simpleton. I needed her help to survive, to grow strong. That was all I originally wanted. But sometimes, watching her bright, radiant smile, I would wonder, what kind of heaven-favored paragon could truly deserve her? Could it be a hypocritical, shadowed person like me? Aron, am I the kind of person you like? Yes. No, the real me was a warped thing grown in a dark palace. Ruthless by nature, savage-tempered. She was born proud and dazzling, ignorant of much of the world's filth. Still, I caught her when she threw herself at me, and I kissed her beautiful lips. Even knowing it was all a lie, that everything would dissolve into foam, I couldn't help drowning in that moment. Back then I didn't know that not every falsified act turned real can end in perfect bliss. Songju, you've changed. I don't know when it began, but I grew desperately hungry for that supreme throne, the most honored seat in all the world. Surely, standing there, I'd count as heaven's favored too. But the very thing I dreaded most came to pass. When I finally ascended to that ultimate seat, she said, "Songju, you've changed." The undisguised disappointment in her eyes stabbed straight through my heart. And no, I've always been this way. But look, the moment I show even a sliver of my true colors, she wants to pull away. How could I dare tell her the truth? Better to let her believe I'd changed. With her temperament, if she knew I'd been deceiving her all along, who knows how fiercely she'd erupt? She found out anyway, and she erupted every bit as fiercely as I'd envisioned. That late summer, the eldest princess had long been disgusted with my tyranny and cruelty, and tried to coax her into colluding from the inside. But no matter, now that I knew her real identity, I had other means of keeping her by my side. Weren't there plenty of demon-subduing priests under heaven? Everyone says demons are terrifying, but I've always found people far more frightening. Those useless priests were worthless. They couldn't hold on to her. I was worthless too. If life is like a summer flower, who cares how long it lasts? She was a kite flying high without a string. Back then, I only knew summer flowers were glorious. I didn't know their bloom was so brief, and I had been determined to make that flower open in my own hand. That I should have known sooner. Aron and I were never destined to walk the same path. She would become a flower that bloomed and vanished in an instant, while I would guard the throne into lonely old age. After that summer flower wilted, It felt as if that was the whole of my life. When the sun was sinking behind the western hills, I saw a young man in red, a crimson as bold and bright as hers. Did she send you to bring me to her? Why, yes, send you on your way. And her? Why didn't she come? Because you lost your cultivation, got schemed against by the righteous sects, and she was obliterated, body and soul scattered to nothing. Then how can I see her? Have your soul destroyed and your spirit dispersed. That will do it. Fine. I sank heavily, shut my eyes. In that darkness bloomed that summer day, that vivid, radiant girl, and a young, fragile, frightened boy. He was of lowly birth, lost his mother early, cautious and timid, studying with painstaking diligence until he barely managed to win a sliver of his emperor father's favor. But under his eldest brother's cruel prank, he dropped the white jade inkstone his father had just bestowed at tea that time. He didn't yet understand that one broken inkstone wasn't enough to make his father, in a fit of rage, sentence a prince to death. All he knew was that when the son of heaven flew into a fury, blood flowed like rivers. He just clutched those white jade shards and couldn't stop his quiet sobbing. What is this place? Why are you crying? I broke the inkstone His Majesty granted me. Big brother says father will have me beaten to death. She merely stroked the broken pieces, and it became a whole white jade inkstone again, as wondrous as sorcery. Everyone says Song Ju died naturally, at the ripe age of 57. Only he knows that he died at the end of that summer, the moment the flower wilted in his hands. That lowly, trembling little boy. I hope she never remembers.